Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy do, and welcome to stream. It is time for stream. I can't resist showing that footage every year for spooky streams of that specific train. I forget what that engine is. I forget where it's from. I will look that up later because I remembered since I saved that video last year. But either way, hello, welcome. Let me see who is here so that I may say hello, and welcome. Teeter, SK Voight, Mario Simpson, KG, Gina Bear, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic, Dan, and Bladed Fox 14. Hello, welcome to stream. It is time for stream. I'll give a little bit of a warning. I'm feeling kind of funky right now, and I've been feeling funkier as the day goes on. So if you notice a degrading quality in my voice as the night progresses, you know why. You know why now. Oh, me and Dan are suffering right now. Both you and I. I see you're not feeling too great either. But you know what they say. You know what they say in show business. The show must go on. And so the show shall go on. And the show is continuing. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good day. I hope you guys all had a good day yesterday. No matter what you call October the 31st, whether you call it Halloween, Reformation Day, Mad Rat Day, or Nightmare Night, I don't care what you call it. I hope you had a good day, and I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Aside from feeling kind of funky, I am having a good day today, and I have been having a good day today. So hopefully that will continue into the night. Yeah. Thank you, KG. I appreciate the sickness be gone. And no, Dan didn't do it to me. It wasn't him. Even though he and I were conversing this week, he did not digitally send the sick. I am behind on October, but my intention is to catch up. I've been doing great. Inktober is finally over and just had an exam, and Comic-Con is tomorrow, so it's great. Very nice. Oh, that sounds fun. I hope you have a great time at that tomorrow, my guy. And by the way, you did phenomenal with Inktober this year. You did an absolutely fantastic job. You actually stayed on top of it and kept on time. Unlike this guy. But yeah, you did great. Inktober was really good. You did a good job. It wasn't Dan, it was me. I made him sick. No, Teeter, you didn't make me sick. We were playing games last night, but you did make me sick, even though I was up a little later than normal. No, it wasn't you. I don't know. It has been freakishly warm, though, the past 2 days. So that could be a contributing factor. I'm really not sure. But I'm actually very excited. I'm very happy because my work season for the fall has officially come to an end, which is nice. The 31st of October is our last day of the season every year, and so yesterday I worked, and I went in, and I did my job, and then I left, and I went home, and I thought to myself, this is great. I now have a little time off until our Christmas season begins, which will start sometime around maybe the second or third week of this month of November. Which it is so bizarre to think we are already in November. Like, where did October even go? I'm only on day 18 of Inktober, for crying out loud. But now, since I have a little time off, I can actually catch up. And it's gonna be great. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get into spooks and and reading, and then Luigi's Mansion later on in the night. I have water, I have cider, and I have a stack of clean tissues. So help me, I am going to make it through tonight. It's strange, there seems to be a file missing from your PC. Huh. You know what? It's probably nothing. Foreshadowing. Oh golly, Dan, are you foreshadowing? I'm prepared for the mental gymnastics for the 4D chess. Well, let me elaborate a little bit. Since I know I already stated it, but the plans for tonight kind of changed a bunch over like the past week. So I'll just kind of recap on what we're doing tonight. So this is pasta night. What's scarier than the spookiest night of the year? Day-old leftovers. That's what I say. But yeah, so tonight we're going to do a bit of reading. Dan has prepared a quality spooky spaghetti for us to read. And then I have a book. I have book. I have The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and we'll read that. And then after that, I figure we'll just chill out with some Luigi's Mansion. The 3DS version. Why the 3DS version? I already have it set up. So I figure, yeah, that's all well and good and set up. And yeah, so without further ado, I think we'll probably get into it. I think we will start with the story written by our dear Gaming on a Monday, our Dan here. I figure we'll start with that. I've been looking forward to that, and then we'll go into Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and then we'll do Luigi's Mansion. Oh, one last thing I forgot. Hello, Jay. Welcome to the stream. I have pretty strictly embargoed playing music from the Thousand Year Door remake on stream as much as I've wanted to, out of a personal conviction towards like video game music and spoilers. For like, since it's just came out this year, I have not played any music from the Thousand Year Door remake until tonight with Twilight Town's theme and Twilight Trail's theme. Literally, when I was playing through the remake and I heard those songs for the first time, I literally thought to myself, remember these for an October stream? It is a November stream now, but nonetheless. So yeah. Where is the book 1,000 years old? No, but there are thousands of doors, and it is in fact a book of Mario. But yeah, without further ado, I say we jump into the reading. I have my cider, I have my water. I'm gonna take a sip, and we will read. You know what? I'll even put this on screen. I don't really have art or anything. Should I put on like, I don't know if background music would be good, but should I put on like rain or something? I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about this. Maybe we'll just jump into it, and I'll stop delaying and I'll stop stalling, and we'll just do the thing. So let me go in here. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. No, I should be fine. Thank you, though. Unprofessional! Could put on Thunderstorm Ambient. That would be cool. That would, you know what? That would actually work well. Don't boo me! Don't boo me with your tomatoes! Rude, madam. Excuse me. You put those tomatoes right back in the salad and eat them. I just remembered you don't like tomatoes. I'll eat them. Okay. It's a little warm in here, so I'm gonna roll my sleeves. Now then. Teeter. No. Teeter has sent some rumbling thunder and wind sounds for sleeping, relaxing. Oh, that'll set perfect tone of ambience for the spooks forth which we are about to read. And there's an shut up. I'm so glad that there's an ad now burned forever into my stream before the rumbling thunder and wind sounds for relaxation thunderstorm video plays. I am so happy about that. Wow, we're how far into the stream and we've already had a jump scare. My professionalism is on full display tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right. There's video. There's no audio. I don't hear nothing. Let me try refreshing the tab. There's nothing. There's nothing here. Huh. Oh, because I muted my headphones. That's why. Wow, good job, Gideon. You guys could hear it. I couldn't. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Let me get the story on screen, and I'll get chat on screen. It scared me so bad. How dare I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You got scared. That's the scariest thing of the night. You got jump scared by capitalism. Okay. Alrighty. So, this is by Dan. This is a story called Mario's Match. Tonight was the night. It had been 12 years since my parents bought me that cursed cartridge. With my parents out for the weekend, it was just me and Mario. But I was ready. I quickly flipped on the NES system. It is abbreviated that way in the story. My dad had bought me, and slowly moved to my door as the screens glitched, flickered to life. Red pixels slowly bled down from the screen. It was hyper-realistic blood! Mario appeared on the screen holding an axe, with blackened-out eyes and red pupils. I opened the door and ran out of the room, hearing Mario exit the TV behind me, saying, "I'm gonna get you!" I quickly dashed to the stairs. Mario was running right behind me. Good he took the bait. I pulled out my bag of mischievous, marvelous marbles, TM. I slid the marbles out across the floor, causing Mario to roll down the stairs. I readied the next trap as Mario slowly got up from the floor, holding a paint bucket with a rope tied to it over my head. I tossed the bucket down, and it slammed into Mario's face, causing him to fall down again with an oof. Mario got up again, rubbing his head, and tried to get up the stairs again. But he ducked and dodged the next paint bucket. He laughed only for it to come back, and knocking him into the stairs. "Ooh!" he exclaimed. I'm getting some really nice Home Alone vibes from this Mario creepypasta, and I already love it. I booked it to my parents' room, where the escape zipline where the escape zipline had been planted. I grabbed the bars and flew out my parents' window right as Mario had gotten in, making it to my treehouse. I prepared my next trap, and as I peeked out of the treehouse window, Mario threw a brick at me, saying, "Suck a brick, kid!" He missed, because bricks are heavy, and they don't travel very far when you throw them. He missed, luckily. Mario moved down to the bottom of the treehouse and tried to climb it. Checkmate. Mario slipped off the handles that I had greased, causing him to hit the earth with a thud and a oof. Time for the finale. I used my conveniently placed backdoor zipline to zip to the backyard's basement door. Mario was right on my heels. I ducked down into the basement. Everything was set up. I kicked the bucket down and ran up into the stairs back into the house, locking the door behind me. Mario ran into the basement. Give me just a second while I blow my nose. You know, I should really turn on live chat instead of top chat, because I think I missed something. Yeah, hot take, dried tomatoes are kind of I agree. We need to go back to... You're letting Dan get away with calling you did he? Did I miss that? In his own story. Did it? Resuming. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Resuming the story. I'm hooked. Time for the finale. I used my conveniently placed oh, I read that part. Mario was right on my heels. I ducked down into the basement. Everything was set up. I kicked the bucket down and ran up into the stairs back into the house, locking the door behind me. Mario ran into the basement, causing him to fall face first after his shoes came off from the sticky substance on the basement floor. He got up, his face covered in the substance, trying to wipe it off. He went to the sink and turned it on, causing the battery I had rigged to the handles to shock him. He let out a loud as the electricity fried him. He was shot backwards and landed on his back. Mamma mia. Hey, maybe hunting cursed the game cartridges isn't worth it after all. Mario had had enough. He grabbed his axe and began chopping down the basement door. I ran back up to the room where I began the final preparations. The beaten-up demon Mario stood before me, ready to hack me to death. But I grabbed my crucifix and the Bible, and began the exorcism rite. Mario screamed in pain, and his body began to glitch and get sucked back into the game. With Mario sealed in the game, I took the cartridge and stomped it to shards, and then sat on my bed to take a breather. I had proven myself Mario's match, after all. The end? And the text is a little bugged out. The text on the end is a little bugged out. No. A voice came from the TV. A hedgehog character with all black fur and glowing red eyes with small black dots in them appeared. His mouth spread in a grin of glowing red light. Behind him was a realm of dark grays lit by the ambient red light of a red moon. Dear Creator, you thought you could have kept me contained. How naive of you. A sickly deep laugh came from the hedgehog. Creator? Who is he talking about? Me? And Gideon, thank you for your little reading stream. I have the chance to be free. It's been so long since I've had the chance to stretch my legs like this. Gideon? That wasn't my name. I'm going to have fun with my new friend here. But don't you worry, Gideon. What is that? Voitra? I can't read that. We'll be seeing you all soon. I feel the world around me buzz out in pitch darkness as the atoms of my body instantly glitch apart and scatter into the television screen. The voices of untold thousands who have come before me all around me. The creature's deep chuckle slowly turning into a maniacal laugh. The end. Dan, what the frick? There's a text file attached to this. It looks like it's ASCII art. Dan, what the... Not only did you understand the assignment, you turned the spooky spaghetti into a real creepypasta at the end. There's ASCII art in this image. Wait a second, mister. I need to put this on screen. There's like... Who is this? Window capture. I need to capture a window. I need to what the frick? There's a spooky ASCII Sonic in here. Huh? I don't even know if you guys can really see that, but Dan. You get a clap. Oh no, he got... What do you mean he got out? What do you mean who is this? Whose mans is this? Dan, what have you just unleashed upon my stream? What have I unknowingly wrought upon the world? Great. Great. Wow, color me impressed. That's a good story. You wrote a good spooky spaghetti. I'm impressed. Thank you. Bravo. That was great. That was short. It was sweet. It was to the point. It made me laugh. And then it genuinely unsettled me a bit at the end. Like, that's impressive. You did it. You subverted the expectations. I was just expecting that to be, haha, Home Alone, but with spooky Mario. And then it was something else. I am very impressed. That was, and I'm in the story. Whoever this man is, he was talking directly to me. I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm impressed nonetheless, all the same. That was my EXE. Voitarion is his name. Ooh, I see. Cool. We got an OC out of this. I got to meet a new OC. That's freaking rad. Heck yeah, my guy. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and that man is sick. True. It was sick, and he's sick, but not in, like, the twisted way. In the, I don't feel well way. Bravo. Bravo. I had a funny idea before we get into Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I had a funny idea. I was almost going to write one of these stories myself, right? I was almost going to write one of these stories myself, but I just didn't have time. Where the idea, it was going to basically flip the concept of like Sonic.exe on its head. I sent you the image I used to make the ASCII art. Oh, yes, that I would love to see what the original source image is. Oh! Oh, that's rad. That's cool. I'll put this on screen. Well, he's in my computer now. He's literally on my computer now. He's here, and he's here. Oh, golly. That's freaking rad, my guy. I am so impressed. I keep saying that, but either way. I was gonna write, you know what, he can join us for the rest of the, for the night. He's here now. He's co-commentating. Just heads up before you start, Dr. J. I might be getting stolen for Jamboree, but I'll listen in as much as I can. Okay. I was gonna write a joke spooky spaghetti myself that was gonna kind of flip the idea of Sonic EXE on its head, where it was gonna be like, oh, I was looking for Game Boy Advance games, and I happened to find at a garage sale someone had Sonic Advance 3 for sale at garage, but the label was scratched off, and on the cartridge was written in red marker, Sonic GBA 3. And so the story would then go on to be like, you would then shift perspective from the kid playing the game to the spooky ghost in the cartridge, like, oh yes, I'm going to do horrible things to this person that's going to play, only for them to wind up getting confronted by the terrifying combination that is Cream and Tails on the same team in Sonic Advance 3. Because if you've never played Sonic Advance 3, you can make different teams with the different characters. And if you pair Cream and Tails, her Cream's special ability is that Cheese basically just becomes like a homing rocket that will attack enemies and can freaking destroy bosses. And so the joke was going to be that, like, the spooky ghost in the cartridge was going to be the one being hunted down by Cream the freaking rabbit. With a little tails cheese chow. The idea of breaking the fourth wall is written text, I think, is really underused. It's even creepier. I absolutely agree. No, absolutely. Because then there's like that point of that suspension of disbelief where you think to yourself, is this just the spooky story I'm reading? Or is there really a spooky ghost inside my computer? Oh no. Yeah. Cream the Rabbit is a monster and we must fear us all. If you've ever played Sonic Advance 3, that's the truth. Bosses quiver before her. You don't mess with Cream in that game. Well, I say, my dear friends and fellows, that we continue our night of spooky festivities with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In Sonic Advance 2 as well. Oh, absolutely, in Sonic Advance 2 as well. And like all of the Advance games that she's playable in, which granted are like 2 of them. Or is she in Advance 1? No, she first shows up in Advance 2. She is a monster. But that's just what we come to expect. I was thinking of with this. I thought about doing with this what we did last year. You know, I'll actually turn down the thunder and lightning ambience just a little bit. I was thinking of doing what we did last year with A Christmas Carol and swapping out characters here. But I wasn't really sure who to swap with what. So unless you guys can think of good characters to swap out on the fly with the different characters in the story, I think I'll just read it as it is. A little boring, I know, but you know, we're gonna do fun voices. Also, yes, it was Home Alone inspired. The sink scene, the brick scene, and the paint bucket are straight out of Home Alone 1 and 2. Yeah, and the zip line from the bedroom to the treehouse, too. I'm literally reading the story, and all I can think about is Macaulay Culkin getting chased by, like, this little this little pixelated Mario who's like 4 feet tall running around the house. Okay. Yeah. Gideon. Yes, KG. What you got, madam? Okay, they be ready for me. I'll try to be back. Okie dokie, Teeter. Well, even so, thank you very much for joining us, even if only for a little while. I hope you have a good time with Jamboree. Have fun, enjoy, and yeah. So we have a little thing here. There is a list of characters in the beginning of the book. It doesn't go over every character in the book, but it's a section called People You Will Read About. This is the Illustrated Classics edition. It's actually a very small book. This book is in 4x3. It's like 4 inches by 3 inches wide. Let's see. I'd go into Voltaire's lore, but it's kind of wacko insane. Oh. Why don't we just throw in names and you just make another wheel for characters to fill in said characters? Sure! Absolutely! You know what? I'll make a Q&A. Here we go. Character names. Just throw in some characters into this Q&A, and we'll just roll the dice on who will be who. I'll get the name wheel up, and that'll be fun. Wheel of names. That's a phenomenal idea. I love that idea. Teeter, yes, me, Teeter. You know you're gonna wind. You run the risk of being Mr. Hyde, but okay. All right. So currently, we have. That's a phenomenal idea. I wish I'd thought of that earlier, because I would have let you guys suggest names the whole time, like during the intro. Mad Rat, we got Bill Gray, we've got Teeter. Teeter's in here. Oh, sorry. Oh, terribly sorry. Oh, golly, gee willikers, this has been happening to me for the past, hour. Where I've just been sneezing. Terribly sorry. This is not pleasant to listen to. But yeah. Actually, it is getting a little warm. I think I'm going to open a window, because it is getting very warm in here all of a sudden. Let me open this one next to me, because that's always the easiest window for me to open, is the one that's right next to where I'm sitting. If I could get this suction cup that had a candle on it off the window, never mind. Give me just a second, ladies and gentlemen. My professionalism showing, as always. As it does often rear its head. Is this window closed? This window's closed. Nice. I don't feel like fiddling with the storm right now. Petra? Petra's going in the story. Okay. But Petra's in. I don't even have a voice for Petra, but we'll do it. Screw it. This window is also shut. Come in. There we go. Okay. Spooky stories. Everybody likes spooky stories. Rune's going in. Rune's in the story now. Rune and Petra are in. Put Petra in here as well. There we go. And you know what? I'll throw in one for fun. Just to see if he'll wind up rearing his ugly head anywhere in here. Well, I'll throw Scotch in here myself. Scotch is in there now. All right. Well, you guys can continue throwing in names if you want as we go on, because there will be plenty of characters who will need voices and who will need to be inserted. So, without further ado, I'm going to sneeze. I can feel it. Jump the flamingo. Jump is going in. Jump is in here now. Might as well jump. Okay. So, we will begin. Mario! Mario! Mario's here! Mario! And you know what? I'll throw in a wild card with Sherwood. We'll get a Sherwood wild card in there. Because why not? Okay. So. Two well-dressed men were about to cross a London street on a sunny Sunday morning. They were... First spin. First spin. First spin. Who we getting? Who we getting? The first well-dressed gentleman is... Bill Gray! Nice. Alright. So, and we need to roll again. So we've got Bill... and Rune. Okay, Bill and Rune. Nice. Bill and Rune are friends now, I guess. Rune, who I just misspelled as run. Nice. Okay. Two well-dressed gentlemen were about to cross a London street on a sunny Sunday morning. They were Bill Gray and Bill. Yes, they were Bill Gray, an elderly lawyer, and his young cousin Rune. A horse-drawn hansom cab drew up beside them, and the cabman leaned down from his perch, waving his whip. "Morning, gentlemen," the cabman called, with a hopeful smile. "Off to church on this fine Sunday, I'll bet? I'll have you two there in a wink or less." Bill never spoke, unless it was important. He frowned at the cabman and waved him away. But Rune gave the man a friendly smile and shook his head. No, my good man. We're out for a walk, which we take every Sunday. That's the way to see interesting things here in London." They crossed several streets, and soon found themselves in a dingy neighborhood. As they slowly walked down a small street full of shops, Bill stopped to admire an interesting display at a store window. Suddenly, wait, I am swapping the right characters, right? Yeah. Suddenly, Rune tugged at his sleeve and spoke with a serious note in his voice. "See that door across the street, cousin? It is involved with something rather odd that happened to me." Oh, wait, no, I'm swapping the wrong characters. I need to take notes. Let me take some notes real quick. His name is Run now. Run, yep. Okay, so, Utterson is Bill, so that I don't mistake these people. And Richard Einfield, Richard is Run. His name is Run now. Okay, continuing on. All right. Let's see. So, yes, Bill stopped to admire an interesting display in a store window. Suddenly, Rune tugged at his sleeve and spoke with a serious note in his voice. "See that door across the street, cousin? It's involved with something rather odd that happened to me." Bill looked at the scarred, weather-beaten door Rune was pointing to. It belonged to a two-story building that was one of several built around in the courtyard. It belonged to a two-story building that was one of several built around the courtyard. Because there was no windows in the front of the building, it looked deserted and somewhat sinister. Bill's usually indifferent tone of voice took a note of curiosity. "Indeed? What's this door to you?" he asked. Richard drew him back against the storefront and spoke softly. "I was coming home along from a party on a dark winter night. There were some lights in the street, but no one. Everyone was asleep, and I heard only my own footsteps. Not far from there, as I neared an intersection, I suddenly saw two people. One, coming up from the street, was a little girl, running as hard as she could, and coming up from the other side was a short figure of a man, clumping along at a good rate. I saw they were bound to collide at the corner, but there was nothing I could do. It happened very fast. They met with a bang, and the child was knocked to her feet. I heard her cry out. By that time, I was running towards them to help, in any way that I could." Rune was so caught up in his story that he did not notice his cousin looking almost fearful as he listened. If he had noticed, he would have stopped talking and been astonished. For Bill Gray had rarely displayed his emotions, even to his many friends. Rune spoke faster now, his eyes flashing. The man had the wind knocked out of him, for a moment, that is, but instead of picking the child up, You'll find this hard to believe, cousin, but I swear it was true. He trampled her, stamped right on her and over her, and continued on his way. The child's screams were terrible. I raced after the man and seized him by his collar. The face he turned to me was one with a hideous snarl, and for a crazed moment, I wonder if this was a man or an animal. Bill is serious. Bill is serious. There's a picture. Okay, so just so you know, the child who did not die, much like Tiny Tim, there is an illustration here that shows people in the street and the child, and there's some doctors nearby. So don't worry. Whoever our Dr. Jekyll whoever our Mr. Hyde is, he did not murder a child. So we have that on our side. That's ironic. Rune and Richard both start with R. I was thinking that myself, and that's actually making it easier for me to remember whose voice to give to Richard. Did this creature struggle with you? Asked Bill. No, answered Rune. He was almost unconcerned. He offered no resistance as I led him back to the child. By this time, a group of people had gathered, summoned by her screams. They included the child's family, who lived 2 houses down from the corner. In a moment, we were joined by the doctor, from whom the child had been sent to fetch because her mother was sick. He pronounced her only bruised, badly frightened. All this time, I kept a tight hold on the man. Oh, he was so repulsive. I hated to touch him. I could see the others hated him too, for his appearance as well as for what he had done. Even the doctor, who was accustomed to terrible sights, drew away from him. Why? Was he deformed? Asked Bill. Or scarred on his face? Rune shook his head. No, but there was a feeling of deformity about him. He looked like everyone else. He looked like everyone else, and yet he didn't. There was something strange and detestable about his appearance. I can't be more precise than that. Perhaps his manner was just evil. So he brought hatred to himself. But what about the door? You said your adventure involved that door across the street. Reminded the... It says lawyer, but we're going to call him a pilot. Let's make it infinite because he was too weak to kill a child. KG, screw the wheel. We're making Hyde infinite. Oh! The strange case of Dr. Zero and Mr. Infinite. That's it. We're doing that. We've solved the conundrum. We don't have to worry about Sherwood or Teeter or anyone else doing horrible acts. No, wait, what you got? You got something better for me? Let's see. Let's see. Yes, I'm coming to that, said Rune. We all made such a fuss, threatening to blacken his name throughout London with a description of his actions that the man lost some of his coolness. He became a bit frightened, though we tried to hide it. At least he offered money to the child's family, only a few pounds at first, but finally we got him up to hundreds of pounds in exchange for our silence. Of course, he was not carrying such a large sum on him, so he led the child's father, the doctor, and myself to that very door. He whipped out a key and went in. When he came out, he had 10 pounds in gold, and the rest in a check. But here, cousin, is the mystery. The check was signed by a very well-known man. I'll not mention his name because he's important in his profession and is also highly respected for his good works. Of course, we objected the check must be a forgery, but the creature said he would stay with us until the bank opened in the morning, and then he would take us with him so we could cash the check in our presence. I wasn't even thinking of Zero. Oh my gosh. It's too late. It's too perfect. It's too perfect. Mr. Gray's face was sad as he turned away from his cousin and said, "The check was good, I'm sure." "Yes," said Rune eagerly. "I was coming to that. well, it being early, I took everyone back to my rooms until morning, fed them breakfast, and then we went in a body to the bank. How nice of Rune. How nice of Rune. Rune made breakfast for everybody. Rune made breakfast, made sure everybody was comfortable. What a hospitable guy. Let's see. The check was cashed without the faintest objection, and the man calmly handed the money over to the child's father, as if he had given away £100 every day. But since it was not his money, what did it matter to him? So, I called that house across the street Blackmail House. That house must be a cellar entrance to the home of an important citizen, citizen I dare not name. This evil person must have some hold over the owner. In short, he must be blackmailing him. Rune stopped talking on this triumphant note, and the two men resumed their stroll. But Mr. Gray was not finished with the topic. Did you try to find out who the signer of the check was being blackmailed? He asked, pretending in a different tone. No, said Rune. I didn't want to know any more of the matter. I happened to read in the newspaper one day the address of the important man. It's in some square or another right in the corner, right in this area. If that door leads to a passageway to his house at the address I read, I don't care to know for sure. The house and the courtyards are so pushed together, it's hard to say where one begins and another ends. No, if this man has a guilty secret, which he pays to keep hidden, then I surely am not one to try and sniff it out. Rune nodded his head in self-approval. Bill was not done yet, however. Are you sure the blackmailer used a key? He asked. Using something of his courtroom manner. Cousin, I have said so, answered Rune, surprised to the doubt. In fact, I passed here last week and saw him use the key again to open the same door. Oh, and he has a key. Make no mistake. Oh, he has a key. Make no mistake about it. Bill sighed deeply. Rune, are you surprised that I don't press you to reveal the name on the check? Yes, I am, admitted the younger hedgehog. I would be eaten up by curiosity if I were you. I suppose that as one grows older, one wants fewer surprises. Isn't that it? Bill shook his head. No, I don't want to ask the name, because I already know it. Rune halted abruptly. You know it? Bill had continued walking, and now he looked back, motioning Rune to follow. Yeah, I'm afraid I do. Your decision not to look further into the matter does you credit. Perhaps your good intentions not to meddle in flipping the page. The page is stuck together. The pages, there we go. Perhaps your good intentions to not meddle in the lives of others should extend to not passing gossip, as you have done today. Rune flushed. You're right, of course. I talk too much. Well, I make a promise to never refer to this incident again. Does that suit you? I guess Bill's a lawyer now. I guess that just makes sense now, for the context of the story. The lawyer smiled fondly at his younger cousin. Yes, except for one thing. Before the promise goes into effect, will you answer one question about the incident? To you, certainly. With an effort of will, Mr. Gray kept his voice from trembling as he asked. Do you know the name of the man who entered that door with a key? The one who trampled the child? Yes, of course, answered Rune. He told me his name was Mr. Hyde. Well, keep it as Mr. Hyde, just because it's like, well, that's the name of the story. My boy got that PhD. Good for him. He passed the bar. Bill passed the bar. And I ain't just talking about in the gym either. So far, all of this is surprisingly in character for Rune. Yeah, it actually is. A little chatty, one always looking for answers, strong sense of justice. Yeah. Oh, we're already on Chapter 3? Wow, okay. Chapter 3, Dr. Jekyll's Will. Let me take a sip of my water. Usually, Mr. Gray was in good spirits after his Sunday walk with his cousin. He enjoyed the sunny nature of the younger man, as well as his fresh opinions. But tonight, Bill was somber. He ate his dinner without enjoyment, causing his cook to wonder if she had undercooked the beef. It's Hetty Spags. We'll say that the cook is Hetty Spags. As soon as he finished his meal, the lawyer took a candle and went to the study. There, he opened his safe and took out a document. The envelope read, Dr. Jekyll's will. The will was handwritten by the respected doctor himself, because Bill had refused to let the will be drafted by his clerk. He had been too shocked by its contents when Jekyll first approached him, and he was still shocked. For friendship's sake only, he had consented to be the guardian of the will, and to present it to the courts if it became necessary to do so. With a sigh, the lawyer put on his spectacles and sat down to read once more the puzzling contents of the will insisted on by Jekyll. The first part could, perhaps, be accepted, for a lawyer could not dictate to whom a client should leave his money. The part provided that in the event of Jekyll's death, all of his possessions were to pass into the hands of his friend and benefactor, Infinite Hyde. But the second part did not make any sense to Bill. It specified that in case the doctor, quote-unquote, disappeared or an unexplained absence for any period exceeding 3 calendar months, Infinite Hyde should step into Zero Jekyll's shoes without further delay, and be free of any obligation beyond the payment of a few small sums of money to the members of the doctor's household staff. Mr. Gray had never heard such an arrangement. He had participated in law for close to 40 years. Holy cow! Bill, my guy, in law for 40 years! And tonight brought a new burden as he read the familiar pages. Tonight he learned something of the character of this Infinite Hyde. Before, Hyde had just been a name in the will, but now he had become an actual living being. A fiend. Mr. Gray replaced the will in his safe, wishing he could do something about the fanciful provisions Jekyll had made. Disappearance indeed, muttered the lawyer. Bill's suggestions of blackmail came to mind. Sorry, I had a thought. I thought about something for a second, and I'm like, oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. And he wondered if that could be true. Is there some disgrace and sort for... There's some disgrace and sort for Zero that'll force him to disappear? He asked himself. Before, Jekyll was an old friend, as well as a client. Bill was quite upset by the story Rune had told him that morning. Perhaps Lanyon, we're putting a new character in the story, guys. We have a new character. We have 2 new characters, in fact. Let me check the Q&A. Let me check the Q&A so I can put any new names in. Whimsical? Whimsical's going in here. Whimsical's going on the wheel. Whimsical. Whimsical. Okay, we're gonna spin the wheel for a new name. Who's going to be Lanyon? It's Mad Rat. Okay. Mad Rat is in the story now. Okay. And we need one more. Wait, do we need one more? No, we don't, because Henry is Jekyll. That's right. Okay. Mad Rat is gonna be in the story now. Okay. The story takes place when he's in his 70s/80s, of course. Of course! No, of course, that just makes sense. Bill's an older gentleman at this point, that's all. Perhaps Mad Rat can give me some insight on Henry's behavior, he decided. Mad Rat Lanyon had been the 3rd member of their trio at college. Zero, Rat, and Gray. Roommates and close friends. Lanyon was now a celebrated doctor. Bill blew out his candle, and called to a servant for his overcoat. Then he walked the short distance to Mad Rat's big house in the Cavendish Square. because apparently, rats can have big houses. I hope Faye is still around at least. I can put her in the story too if you want. Unless, if you know, if Bill has a wife at some point in the story, I'll make sure it's Faye. All right. And let me just write down and make sure I remember Lanyon is Mad Rat. Lanyon. Mad Rat. There we go. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Here we go. Mad Rat was still at the dinner table, sitting alone over his wine. He was delighted to see Bill in his boisterous manner. I'm just imagining this little 4-inch tall rat sitting on a table next to this big cup of wine. All right, resuming. Made him very welcome. Such liveliness in anyone else would have irritated a man as quiet as Utterson. But this friendship had been formed as long ago through their hearty white-haired medical. Long ago that the hearty white-haired medical man was the one person. If I could flip the pages. Zip. Bill trusted and liked above all others. The lawyer accepted a glass of wine from his friend and settled into a comfortable chair. I suppose, Mad Rat, that you and I must be the two oldest friends of Jekyll. Wow, I can't read tonight that Jekyll has, began Bill. I haven't done a voice for Mad Rat in a very long time. Oh boy. You know what? I'm going to put Mad Rat back on the wheel for now. Ironic, I know. Because I feel like this would be a good role for Sherwood, and we're going to put Mad Rat back on the wheel and remove Sherwood from the wheel and swap the two. And then if I re-roll and bring Mad Rat back up, we'll bring him back into the story. But just because his name is long and I have to do multiple voices at the same time, I'm going to substitute him for Sherwood. And because I feel this would be appropriate for Sherwood. Okay. It's Sherwood. Lanyon is Sherwood. Ignore any times that I've called him Mad Rat. He's Sherwood now. This is very professional storytelling. I suppose, Sherwood, that you and I must be the two oldest friends that Jekyll has, began Bill. I wish that friends were younger, said Sherwood with a laugh. But what of that? I see little of Jekyll now. Indeed, said Bill, surprised. I thought you two were especially close, since you were both medical men. We were, replied Sherwood, but for almost 10 years, Jekyll has become more and more fanciful. Too much so for me. He began to go wrong in mind. Bill sipped his wine, his uneasy feelings still with it. His uneasy feelings still with him. How do you mean fanciful? He asked. Sherwood suddenly lost his good mood. Such unscientific nonsense he bothers with. Such unscientific nonsense he bothers with, he exploded. No friendship could withstand it. Instantly, Bill was relieved, and he thought to himself, they have differences on some point of science. There's been no unsavory personal reason to turn Sherwood against Jekyll. But wishing to make sure of his conclusion, Bill waited until Sherwood had some more wine to help him regain his composure, then ventured the next question he had to ask. I'm going to do something funny. Oh boy, KG. You know I love a good funny. Did you ever come across a good friend of Jekyll's? One Infinite Hyde? He asked. Hyde? Repeated Sherwood. No. Never heard of him. After my time, I guess. Bill was somewhat calmed that no scandal had reached Sherwood's ears. Sherwood did have pretty big ears, after all. So he finished his wine and left. He could not know that this was the last time he would see his old friend Sherwood healthy, smiling, and able to bid him a cheery good night. What's going to happen to Sherwood? Oh no! Did I unintentionally set up Sherwood to get murdered? Oh no! That's probably fine. Oh, dear. Well, I mean, it's fitting. Mad Rat couldn't die anyway. He's already dead, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, Lord, he dead. Oh, no. After his visit with Dr. Fox, Mr. Gray did not sleep well. He tossed and turned until 3 in the morning. When he finally slept, he dreamed and moaned. Over and over, he saw snatches and pictures. A child running, a man walking very fast, a collision of the two, the child on the ground with a man's foot above to descend on her arm. A new set of pictures. Jekyll asleep in his large and richly furnished bedroom, the embroidered curtains around the bed plucked apart by a hand with dirty, broken nails. Jekyll in a robe, seated at his desk, being forced to write a check for 90 pounds by a man standing over him. The man in these two dreams haunted the lawyer all night and into the day, yet the man had no face that Bill recognized, though he knew the man in his dreams was Infinite Hyde. You did it. What'd you do, KG? Who killed Markiplier? More like, who killed Sherwood the Fox? Yeah. Was it the Bill of 87? Oh boy. Let us resume. When he awoke in the morning, Mr. Gray made a decision while the nightmares still had hold over him. He decided to see this Hyde for himself. I'm about to sneeze. Oh, sorry.
The show must go on.
He doesn't know? I don't know. It's been years. It's been years since I read this last. I remembered a murder took place, but I don't remember who dies. Okay.
All right. Resuming the reading now that I'm done sneezing. Mysteries often vanish when facts are brought forward, reasoned Bill.
Oh golly, I'm doing my best here.
He made his plans. So if I replace a phantom Hyde with the real Hyde,
wow, Infinite as Hyde works really well.
I might understand the reasons for Jekyll's will. At least Hyde's face will be worth seeing for 2 reasons besides the will. It caused instant hatred in my cousin Rune, and its owner is without mercy towards children. From this morning on, Mr. Gray went to the street of the blackmail house whenever he could free himself from his legal work. He would linger near the scarred door in the early morning and in the evening after dinner, and late into the night. With a wry smile, he said to himself, "If he is Mr. Hyde, then I shall be. If he is Mr. Hyde, then I shall be Mr. Seek." At last, Bill's patience was rewarded. It was a clear night, with a touch of frost in the air. The shops near the blackmail house were closed, and the lawyer was the only person, about in the small street. Near 10 o'clock, Mr. Gray became aware of an odd, light footstep. A tingling in his spine told him that the man he sought was approaching. Bill stepped back into the courtyard next to the door, just as a small, plainly dressed man crossed the street, stopped at the door, and took out a key. Mr. Gray came out of the gloom and said loudly, "Mr. Hyde, I think?" Chapter 5. Will a blackmailer turn into a murderer?
But yeah, that's the joke, Gideon. I suggested a character that would be so difficult for you to voice. Oh, you did? Who did you put in here? Who am I putting on the wheel? Bark the polar bear? KG? You can't just bark me. Well, Bark's on the wheel now. Bark's on the wheel now. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be hard. How am I gonna voice Bark if we get him?
Mr. Hyde shrank back with a hissing intake of breath, but his fear was only temporary, for he answered coolly. Now for me to do my best infinite voice. That is my name. What do you want? He kept his head turned from the lawyer, though his eyes darted over Mr. Gray's face in a sideways glance. I saw you were about to enter, answered Bill. I'm an old friend of Dr. Jekyll. Bill Gray, the lawyer. I'm sure he's spoken of me, and I'm about to visit the doctor and thought you might admit me. Gotta blow my nose. Excuse me 1 second. Dr. Jekyll is not at home. How do you know me? Hyde asked, still looking away. Let's exchange favors, Bill suggested. I'll answer you if you let me see your face. Mr. Hyde hesitated. Then he turned and faced Bill with an air of defiance. The two men stared at each other for several seconds before Bill spoke again. Now I shall know you again, he said. It may be useful. Yes, agreed Hyde. It is well that we have met. Also, you should have my address. He named a street and number in Soho. Good Lord, thought Gray. Has he too been thinking about the will? But Bill said nothing, merely nodding his head to indicate that he heard the address. Now, said Hyde, how do you know me? A description from common friends. Common friends? Echoed Hyde. A little against him was his husky, whispering, and somewhat broken voice. Ah, yes, husky, whispering, somewhat broken. That's the voice I'm doing. But these objections did not account for the loathing and fear Bill felt for Hyde. He's Satan himself, Bill cried to the knight. And this is the man Zero Jekyll has chosen to be his friend and heir? Around the corner, Mr. Gray entered a square of handsome old houses. Most were now shabby and broken up into small units, leased to anyone able to afford the low rent. However, one house, the second from the corner, was still occupied by one owner only. It had an air of wealth and comfort about it, though only a hall light showed. Mr. Gray knocked at the door. A well-dressed, stern-faced servant approached. All right, time for our servant. Who's the servant gonna be? I hope it isn't Bark, because if so, it's Petra. Okay, Petra is Poole, the butler. That's fitting because Poole's name starts with a P. Petra is Poole. Okay, Petra's here. I need to think of a voice for Petra. All right. Let me think. Let's see. Let me just blow my nose real quick so I can actually breathe, because breathing is very important. Don't know if you were aware of this. We've got both Rune. I just realized we already have both Rune and Petra in this story. I wonder if they'll ever meet. That would be fun. Let's see. A well-dressed, stern-faced servant answered. Good evening, Petra, said the lawyer. Is Dr. Jekyll at home? Wow. KG, you lucked out. I just realized you lucked out. Your OC is Infinite's butler. Nice. I'll see, Mr. Gray, said Petra, opening the door wider so that the lawyer could enter the large hall. It was furnished with fine carved oak cabinets, standing on a thick, dark rug. Will you wait here by the fire, or will you wait here by the fire, or will you give... Will you wait here by the fire, sir? Or shall you give... Or shall I... Oh, the I was on the crease of where the book... The spine of the book is. Or shall I give you a light in the dining room? asked Petra, motioning towards the larger, brightly burning fireplace. "Here, thank you," said Bill. Bill warmed himself by the fire until Petra returned with the announcement that Dr. Jekyll had gone out. Mr. Gray sighed with relief at the butler's words, and then felt ashamed of himself. Casually, he said, "I saw Mr. Hyde go into the house by the old dissecting room door, Petra. Does Dr. Jekyll allow that when he isn't at home?" "Yes, it's quite all right, sir," answered Petra. "Mr. Hyde has a key." "Your master seems to trust this young man a great deal," he continued, the lawyer making his comment almost a question. "Yes, indeed, sir," replied Petra. "We all have orders to obey him." Mr. Gray turned to the door. Then, as if in an afterthought, "I don't remember meeting Mr. Hyde here at any of Dr. Jekyll's excellent dinners." Petra was shocked. "Oh, no, sir. He never dines here. Indeed, we see little of him on this side of the house. In living quarters, he mostly comes and goes by the lavatory." "I see. Well, good night, Petra." "Good night, Mr. Gray." I keep almost saying the proper names. The lawyer walked home with a very heavy heart. "Poor Zero Jekyll," he thought. "I fear he's deeply involved with something wicked. It's true he was a wild young man during our college days, but that was so many years ago. Any sins he's committed then should have been long forgiven and forgotten. Now, someone seems to have dug up some secret, I fear, and is blackmailing him." My Bill voice is slowly turning into Keanu Reeves. As Bill reflected, it occurred to him that Hyde himself looked as if he had many old and new secret sins to conceal as well, though he was actually a young man. One sin at least, Bill knew about from his cousin, Rune: blackmail. But he feared an even worse crime was being planned: murder. "There's a great danger for Jekyll," thought Bill, "for if that creature Hyde suspects the existence of Jekyll leaving him everything, he may be so impatient to inherit it, he might hasten Jekyll's death." Bill entered his own door with a new determination. He would see Zero Jekyll. He would not let a calamity like this befall one of his oldest friends while he sat by doing nothing. No, he would insist on helping Jekyll out of whatever trouble he was in, and together he and Jekyll would break the hold Hyde had over the doctor. Chapter 6. Mr. Gray's promise, rather. There's a picture here of dinner at Jekyll's, and Petra's there, and some other people are there, and they got some nice beards going on. Mr. Gray was invited to Zero Jekyll's for dinner a few days later. This was a good piece of luck in view of his determination to help the doctor. There were 5 other old friends present. The conversation was lively and intelligent, with appreciation for Jekyll's excellent food and wine. Every time I keep hearing Jekyll, I keep hearing Jackal. Oh. Huh. This roll was made for Infinite. What the frick? This is so... This is so unintentionally perfect. Okay. Yeah. When the others had gone, Mr. Gray stayed behind. This had become a habit with himself and Jekyll after such dinners. The strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Infinite. I'm so mad about this. I was just making a weak joke. You were! He was too weak to hurt a child. But it works. Oh. It was pleasant to sit by the fire, chatting about the evening in a quiet way after the previous gaiety. Tonight, Gray studied Zero carefully, but saw no change in the man he had known for years. Dr. Jekyll, though he had been close friends with Bill and Sherwood at school, was younger than they, for he had been a prodigy, very advanced in his studies. Even now, the large, well-made, smooth-faced jackal that was intentional, looked much younger than his 50 years. His expression was kindly, with perhaps a slight suggestion of slyness. But now his face bore only a look of contentment and affection, as he poured Mr. Gray another glass of wine, and they relaxed in comfortable chairs. Bill Gray cleared his throat. "I've been waiting to speak with you, Jekyll. You know that will of yours?" A tiny frown tugged at the doctor's smooth face, but he answered with humor. "My dear Utterson, you are unfortunate to have such a client as myself. I never saw anyone in distress by a will as you are with mine. No, I take that back. I have seen Sherwood more distressed by my own scientific ideas which he calls my scientific heresies. My disagreement with accepted ideas. Now, don't frown. I know he's a good fellow, but he's also the most ignorant, stubborn man I've ever known. I've never been more disappointed in a man than I am in Sherwood." Wow, thanks for calling out Sherwood and, by extension, me for being stubborn. Thanks, Infinite. For some reason, I keep thinking this is a theater play Rune and Petra got dragged into. And Rune's just super confused about their for moral... is just super confused, but they're for moral support for Petra having a bigger part than him. Heck, maybe even Sherwood volunteered them for the part. It's probably Sherwood's play. And he's like, "Guys, listen, 2 of my actors called out sick last second. I don't have understudies. Places. Get in the costumes. The show must go on." You chatted in the Q&A. Oh, that's okay. It happens. What'd you say anyway? Hey, Gideon. Yes, KG. What you got? What you got? All right. Bill refused to be switched over to the new topic. "You know, Jekyll, I never approved of your will. I said so from the first." "Yes, I certainly know that," said Jekyll, a trifle sharply. "You keep saying so." "And I must say so again," said the lawyer, "because I have heard something abominable about young Hyde." The large, handsome face of Jekyll grew pale to the very lips, and a blackness came about his eyes. "I don't wish to hear any more on this topic," he said firmly and coldly. "You're pretty stubborn, I know, it's fitting." "But," began Bill. "No, whatever you've heard can make no difference." Jekyll spoke rapidly and angrily. "My position is very strong, and I can't be changed by talk, so enough of this." "I want to help you," Bill answered, slowly and calmly. You know I'm to be trusted. Tell me in confidence. I have no doubt that I can rescue you." With an effort, Jekyll regained his composure. "My dear friend, that is very good of you. I would trust you of all men, yes, even before myself, if I could make that choice. But the situation is not what you imagine. Nothing so bad, in fact, but it is a private matter. To set your mind at ease, I will say one thing. At any moment I choose, I can be rid of Mr. Hyde. I give you my word on that. But thank you again and again." Bill sighed. "No doubt you know best," he said as he rose. "And now it is getting late, and I must be getting home." By raising his hand, Jekyll made him pause. "Just one more thing, before we put this topic from us forever," said Jekyll. "I have a great interest in poor Hyde. He told me you had seen him, and I fear he was rude. But, old friend, will you promise me something?" "What?" "If I am taken away, will you defend his rights for me, in spite of his manner, and see that he gets all I wish him to have? I think you would if you knew everything." "I can't pretend that I shall ever like him," said the lawyer. "I don't ask that," pleaded Jekyll, putting his hand on Bill's shoulder. "I only ask for justice. I only ask you to help him for my sake, when I'm no longer here. Bill nodded his head, but his face was terribly sad. Very well, Jekyll, he said. I promise. Chapter 6. Witness to a murder. I only ask for just ice. What? Ice. Just ice. A glass of ice, please. It's hot in here. I really need some ice. Have you ever tried having brandy without it? It's horrible. Sherwood, listen, guys. I need some people for these parts of my play. You two in? Play? You mean like games? Brune, we've been through this before with Pie. Don't do this to me. Well, Brune, not every word that you've heard used for one context means that context and then context alone. Have you ever been to the theater? Refresh my memory. What's a theater exactly? Have you ever seen people read aloud and pretend to be the characters in the book? I thought that was a state of being delusional. Okay, we're gonna need a brief history lesson here. A year passed uneventfully, and Bill scolded himself many times over for his alarm over Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll. Therefore, the visit of Inspector Okay, we got a new character. We got a new character here. It's the policeman. It's the popo. Inspector. Inspector. Petra, I thought I removed you from the wheel. Get off. Get off the wheel. Inspector who? Inspector Jump the Flamingo. Okay. Congratulations. Jay. Jump is now the police. Jump is the police. Therefore, the visit of Inspector Jump came as a great shock to Bill. Greater than if he had continued to expect the worst news from Jekyll during the last year. One morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bill's manservant woke him, saying a detective from Scotland Yard was downstairs and wished to talk to him most urgently. The lawyer dressed hurriedly and rushed downstairs to see what the detective wanted. If Petra's a police officer, would you call it a canine unit? Sorry, guys, she was too eager to have multiple roles. Well, here's the thing. In this illustration, there's a policeman accompanying the inspector. So you know what? Petra can be in multiple roles. She can also be the policeman with her funny British police hat. When Bill entered the parlor, where his butler had asked the officers to wait, the officers, plural, he was amazed to see an unknown young woman in a maid's outfit sitting on one of his antique chairs, weeping. A policeman stood beside her. See? A policeman, a policewoman. That was Petra. Listen, Sherwood had a lot of people call out sick before this play started. He needed to fill roles as best as he could. A policeman stood beside her, while a man from Scotland Yard, Inspector Jump, was writing in a small notebook. The inspector apologized to Bill for the intrusion and for the early hour. Then he drew the lawyer aside to explain the circumstances of their visit and identify the young woman. A terrible crime was committed just a few hours ago, said the inspector. That girl is a housemaid, and she's the sole witness to it. We believe you can help us. So I wish to hear the details of the crime from her own lips. Of course, you will make allowances for her shock at what she has seen. Bill nodded, and they turned back to the others. The girl wiped her eyes which were large and blue. She seemed more frightened by her elegant surroundings than the policeman at her side, for she crouched rather than sat in Bill's expensive chair and did not touch its polished arms. Who's Sarah? Who's Sarah gonna be? Who's Sarah? Sarah is... Sarah's Bark. Bark is the maid. Bark is the weeping maid with the big blue eyes. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Big old Bark crouching in a chair is a very funny, while he weeps with cartoonishly large eyes is really funny to me. Okay. For he crouched rather than sat in Mr. Utterson's expensive chair and did not touch its polished arms. No, Sarah, said the inspector briskly. Here's Mr. Utterson, waiting to hear your story. No more tears, if you please. Though his eyes had filled with tears again, Bark choked back his sobs and said, and signed, now draw him in a maid dress. What do I do? Okay, we're gonna say that Bark is speaking in sign language, but I'm gonna do my best deep, low Russian Bark voice for this. And signed as if to say, yes, sir. I'll try, sir. Finished my duties and went to a room around 11 o'clock. Then, while sitting at window and looking at moon, I saw a fine old gentleman walking toward. Bill interrupted. You were looking at the moon, you say? Bark flushed and began to sign, as if saying, da, sir. River is down below the house. The moon looks ever so nice shining on it. It's like picture in storybooks I used to read at schools. The inspector snapped his fingers impatiently. All right, get on with it. You saw the victim approach. Bark nodded, a few tears escaping from his eyes, and he continued to sign, as if he was to say, he looked ever so fine, and yet I could tell he was kind gentleman from the way he smiled at Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, exclaimed Bill. Oh, it was Mr. Hyde right enough. Signed, Bark. I know him, for he calls sometimes master's house, and none of servants like him. So, mean-looking and short-tempered. We all try to avoid him. Now the inspector broke in, for the story was getting confused. He explained to the lawyer that the two men had happened to meet across the road from where Sarah watched. Wait a second, what? I just remembered, this is Sherwood's maid. This is Sherwood's maid. Sherwood, why are you dressed? Sherwood, why did you put Bark in a maid's outfit? Why did you do that? He did it because he thought it would be funny. He did it because he thought it would be funny. The older man was apparently asking for directions, for he pointed in one direction after bowing politely. The second man was Hyde. The inspector ordered Bark to resume his story. Mr. Hyde didn't answer him. That I could tell. He waved his big cane about, seemed to want the old man out of his way. He stamped his feet, almost like he was taken by a fit. Well, old man was surprised and stepped back. I guess he was afraid. I know I was, and I was safe indoors. But as soon as he stepped back, Mr. Hyde was on him. He lifted up cane and brought it down so hard on the gentleman's head. He hit him and hit him. With the gentleman falling down, Mr. Hyde hit him more. And then he jumped right on him, up and down, just like apes in zoo do. That's when I left my senses. Oh wait, is Bark Sherwood's maid? I don't know if Bark is Sherwood's maid or not. But you know what? Now you gotta make this reality. I guess so. She had fainted, explained the inspector. By the time she came to and called the police, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Hyde was gone, of course, but his victim lay in the road, dead, horribly mangled. We found the bottom half of the cane in the gutter where it had rolled. It had been broken, even though it was made from some very rough and heavy wood. No doubt the murderer carried the top half away with him. Mr. Gray felt his legs tremble and sat down quickly, dreading the answer. He asked, Who was the victim? We don't know yet, replied the inspector. That's why we've come to you. The old man carried a purse and a gold watch, and no papers or cards of identity. But in his pocket was a stamped and sealed letter addressed to you. We assumed he was looking for a post box and asked Hyde the location of one. Mr. Gray regained control of himself and accompanied the group to the police station. There, the lawyer was led into the back room, where the body of the victim lay beneath a rough prison blanket. When the blanket was pulled back from the face, Mr. Gray gave a gasp. Oh. 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 This is Sir Danvers Carew. He was a member of Parliament, as well as a client of mine. It wasn't Sherwood! Sherwood's alive! Hooray! Okay, Sherwood's good, everybody. Sherwood isn't dead. It's just some random government official. That's fine. Whoo! Alright. Funny Fox dying? That's a crisis. Just some government dude? Psh, that's fine. Good Lord, sir, exclaimed the inspector. This killing will make a great deal of noise in the world. It is fortunate we already know the name of the murderer. Now all we have to do is find him. Gray looked away from the corpse. Perhaps I can help you there also, he said. If he's the same Mr. Hyde that I am acquainted with, I have his address. Where is Mr. Hyde? Chapter 8. Let me blow my nose. Before they left the police station, the inspector showed Mr. Gray the murder weapon, the battered cane, half taken from the gutter near the body. I love how they're just like, hey, there's a broken stick in that gutter near where the body was. That's probably the murder weapon. Sure, it's like 18 something, and we don't have the proper identity, the proper, excuse me, the proper, equipment to identify someone's specific blood on a murder weapon. Excuse me, but that's probably the thing that did it. That's probably what killed him. Yeah. Okay. Broken stick near body. Yeah, that's it. That's the murder weapon. I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. You'll have to forgive me. Let me have a sip of my water, and I will hopefully resume. Now the lawyer had no doubts that the Hyde he knew was the one involved in the murder, for he recognized the cane as the one he himself, excuse me, had given Zero many years before. The inspector hailed a cab, and the lawyer gave the driver directions to the street in Soho that tumbled in Soho. I'm going to sneeze again. That tumble-down section of London, which was home to thieves and murderers. It was now morning, but the first fog of the season had rolled in. Because, it's London. It's fog season. How long does fog season last? Somewhere from the beginning of September to the end of August. The cab could only crawl through the infrequent patches of light. Bill shuddered as he caught glimpses of the evil population of Soho through the swirling mists. The cab let them in front of a rooming house on a dirty street, where ragged children huddled in doorways and adults of many nationalities walked with a drunken sway. On the one side was a gin shop, and on the other a cheap restaurant whose odors should have warned off customers. Bill Gray and the inspector climbed the crumbling steps of Hyde's rooming house. Bill felt slightly dazed. So this is the home of Zero Jekyll's best friend. The home of an heir to £250,000, thought Bill. The landlady, furious at being disrupted, screamed a curse as she opened the door. When she saw two men of quality, she manufactured a false smile of welcoming. The inspector took charge, demanding to know Hyde's whereabouts, but the landlady said he was out. And now, who is the landlady? Who is the landlady gonna be? Who's the landlady? Who is it? It's Teeter! Teeter's the landlady, everybody! Okay. We're removing Teeter because he's the landlady. Nice. And remember, if you have any more names to suggest for more characters, feel free to put them in the Q&A. Now I have to try and do an impression of Teeter and hope I don't mess it up. He came in very late last night, sir, and left again soon after. He explained. But this wasn't odd, sir, for his habits were always irregular. He gave this information freely, but balked when the inspectors asked to be led into Hyde's rooms. Now Bill spoke for the first time. See here, slime, because Teeter's a little slime. I better tell you who this person is who you're refusing. This person is you're refusing. He's Inspector Jump of Scotland Yard. Teeter gave a screech of joy. Ah, Hyde is in trouble. What's he done? Not replying, the two men exchanged a glance. Hyde is as popular here as he is everywhere else, observed Jump. Knowing now who her visitors were, Teeter showed them at once to Hyde's rooms. Here, a surprise waited, for the rooms were furnished with luxury and good taste. There was damsack napkins, silverware, and a closet filled with wine. Deep piled rugs, several paintings would have fitted well in Mr. Gray's own house. He wondered if the paintings were a gift from Jekyll, who was an art collector himself. But the rooms had been ransacked. Drawers stood open, clothes laid on the floor, and a pile of ashes on the hearth testified to the burning of many papers. The inspector began his search. From the fireplace, he fished out the stub end of a green checkbook, which was only charred. Behind a door, he found the top half of the cane, the murder weapon. Oh, I guess it really was there, you know? Voitarian invades Gideon's computer, only to look on in horror as Gideon opens Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and clears his throat, reading from the beginning. Really? I came in here for this? Listen, Buster! Listen, Mr. Creepy Spooky Spaghetti. If you don't like how I read my books, then you don't have to be here. You don't have to be here, Voitarian. Just saying, if you're too spooked for this, you don't have to be that rude. Fine, let me make this funny, not like I already did for Bark. Who am I adding to the wheel, KG? Who am I adding to the wheel? Pinkie Pie! All right, Pinkie's going on the wheel. Pinkie, she's on the wheel now. Oh boy. We have two horses on the wheel now. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Cartoon horse. The inspector and Bill proceeded to the bank named on the uncharred checkbook. There they found several £1,000s in Hyde's account. The inspector's good humor and confidence increased at this news. Let me just blow my nose real quick. Now, sir, he told Bill, we have him almost in our hands. He left in a panic, or he would have burned his checkbook and forgotten his cane. We'll need the money for it. We'll need the money he has on deposit. We'll circulate pictures of him, and the bank will alert us when he arrives. The confidence was soon found to be misplaced. There were no photographs of Hyde, and his family could not be traced. When an artist tried to compose the likeness of Hyde from the descriptions of the landlady, and Bark, and a few others, The attempt was a failure, as often happens. Their descriptions differed too wildly. The one point they all agreed on was of no help to the artist. The point was Hyde's haunting expression of deformity without actually showing one. Oh, the art! That's me! I'm in the book! I'm here too! Scotland Yard now redoubled its efforts in search of Mr. Infinite Hyde, the murderer of Sir Danvers Carew. I love how we haven't even given Carew a new character identity. He's just the dead politician. That's who he is now. Chapter 9. The Letter. It wasn't until late afternoon on the day of the murder of Sir Danvers Carew that Bill could get away from the inspector and all the legal details concerning the death of his client. The lawyer hurried to Dr. Jekyll's home, where Petra greeted him, then led him through the house, out the back, and across the yard. Bill remembered that the previous owner of this house had been a prominent surgeon who used to hold cases in his laboratory and dissecting rooms. Let's see. Gideon, make the politician Sonic. Okay! Sonic's dead. Yes! That's good! Sonic is dead now. Yes. The murder of Sir Sonic the Hedgehog. That's him. If he comes up again, we'll say it was him. It was toward these rooms that Petra was now leading the lawyer. At that time, the yard had been a garden, far different from the dismal emptiness it now was. When they reached the laboratory and dissecting rooms, Bill realized that he had never been in this part of Jekyll's quarters before. He eyed the tables crowded with chemical apparatuses curiously. The floor was littered with open crates, the packing straw still strewn about. A short flight of stairs led from the laboratory to Jekyll's office. Petra knocked, then opened the door. The office was a large room with 3 iron-barred, dusty windows looking out onto the court. Its furnishings were usual for a doctor's office, except for a full-length mirror in one corner. Yep, its furnishings were usual for a doctor's office, including the barred windows. Because the fog still laid thickly over London, lamps had been lit, a fire burned in the grate, and huddled close beside it was Dr. Jekyll. He looked deathly sick and did not rise. Let's see. Added 3 more names. Let's see who's on the wheel now. Who we got? Shadow, Silver, Goku, Luna. KG, which Luna are you referring to? Cat? Let's see. We got Shadow, Goku, Silver, It's No Use the Hedgehog, and Luna. Let me make sure our thunder isn't getting close to its end. It's not okay. It's only halfway through. Cat! I'll have to go right now due to Comic-Con, but have a great night, y'all. Thank you very much, as always, for tuning in, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic. I hope my Bill voice has been acceptable, and thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a wonderful night, and have fun at the convention tomorrow. That sounds fun. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Now then. But he held out a cold hand and welcomed him in a changed voice, as if it hurt him to speak. As soon as Petra had left them, Bill asked, "You've heard the news?" Jekyll shuddered. "The newsboys were crying it in the square." Bill assumed a businesslike manner, as his words would be taken as coming from a lawyer, not a friend. "Carew is my client, Jekyll, but so are you. And I want you to know what I am doing. You've not been mad enough to hide this fellow, have you?" "Bill, I swear, I'll never set eyes on him again," cried Jekyll. "On my honor, I am done with him in this world. It is all at an end, believe me." Jekyll had risen and now stood before Bill, waving his hands in a distracted way. And indeed, the man is safe. He's quite safe and does not want my help. You do not know him as I do. Fear what I say. He will never be heard of again. The lawyer listened gloomily. He did not like Jekyll's feverish manner. You seem pretty sure of him, he said slowly. And for your sake, you may be right. If I came to a trial, your name might appear. It would be scandalous. Let's see. Oh, yes, I'm sure he's gone, exclaimed Jekyll. Why, I'm sure. I can't tell anyone. He paused and then resumed in a calmer tone. However, I do need your advice on one thing. I've received a letter, and I don't know whether to show it to the police or not. Bill's usually impassive face took an expression of interest. From Hyde? Jekyll nodded. And what fear that it might lead to his... And you fear that it might lead to his capture? No, replied Jekyll coolly. I cannot say that I care what becomes of Hyde. I am only concerned for my own reputation. So I want to leave it all in your hands. I have the greatest trust in your judgment, and I know you will act wisely. Bill thought it over. He was surprised at Jekyll's selfish view of the matter, but also relieved by it. Very well, he said, at last. Let me see the letter. The letter Jekyll handed to Utterson was written in an odd, upright hand, and was signed at Infinite Hyde. It was brief, saying that Dr. Jekyll, from whom the writer had received so much generosity and had been unworthy of it, should not worry about the writer's safety, as he had a means of escape on which he could depend absolutely. Bill seemed relieved by the letter. It did not read like the letter of a blackmailer to his victim. With a... it did not. Yeah, I read that right the first time. With a nod of approval, he asked, "Where's the envelope?" I burned it before I realized that perhaps I should not have, replied Jekyll. However, it bare no postmark, for it was delivered by messenger. Well, I'll keep the letter and think over what to do, said Bill. Thank you, said Jekyll with relief. I want you to make all decisions for me. I have lost confidence in myself. Tell me one thing, said the lawyer, with return to sharpness. Oh, I just got jump-scared by a ladybug landing on my arm. Hello, you! These things get in my house every fall, and I don't know how they do it. Let me just flick him away. There we go. All right. Where was I? It was Hyde who dictated the terms in your will about your disappearance, wasn't it? The doctor turned pale, and for a moment he seemed to sway in faintness. Then he nodded, his mouth tightly shut. I knew it, cried Bill. He meant to murder you. You've narrowly escaped. Better than that, replied Jekyll solemnly. I've had a lesson, oh Lord. Bill, what a lesson I've had. And with that, Jekyll broke down and covered his face with his hands. Don't look at him, he's weak. Then Jekyll finally quieted down. Bill gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder, and left by the way he had come. He did not wish to use the scarred laboratory door, though it was near the way out, for it was the very door at which he had stood watch for so many nights, hoping to see Hyde enter with his key. I looked at the clock for a second and lost my place. Great. Petra held the polished front door open for the lawyer's departure, saying, Good afternoon, Mr. Gray. Bill turned back to Petra for a moment. A letter was delivered here today by messenger. Tell me, Petra, What did the messenger look like? Petra shook her head. No, sir. You're mistaken. I myself handle all the mail in the regular post today. And there was only circulars from tradesmen. And there has been no letter delivered by messenger. Of this I'm most certain. Chapter 10. A comparison of handwritings. He's crying! Don't make fun of him! I'm sorry! I couldn't resist! As Mr. Gray walked slowly home, his thoughts were on the letter he was carrying. Since Petra had not taken it in, it must have been delivered at the laboratory door. It was even possible that Hyde had written the letter in the doctor's office, since he had a key. What troubled Bill the most was how reliable was the letter. So, he decided to talk to a person whose opinions he trusted. New character, everybody! You put Infinite on a bike on here? KG. Madam. That is a spectacular idea. That is the best idea. Let's get him in here. He needs to prove he's not weak. Oh, it gets me every time. The rainbow bike? Okay. All right, fine. We'll have them both. Oh. All right. Oh, yeah. I need to spin the wheel. New character. We got a new character in here. Let's see who this new character is. Oh, sweet merciful heavens. Scotch! Apparently Scotch is trustworthy. Apparently. All right. Oh, golly. Terribly sorry. For my sneezing. I can't help it. It's just kind of happening. I don't know why. Mr. Scotch, his chief clerk and longtime employee, after ordering the fire built up in his study, Mr. Gray descended to his cellar and selected a bottle of wine of a particularly good year. Then he invited Mr. Scotch in for a chat. Oh, terribly sorry about the sneezing. Is this character going to be punched at least? I hope so. It's fun to watch Scotch get hurt. Then he invited Mr. Scott in for a chat as he filled 2 glasses. Scotch was not only intelligent, but he was interested in odd pastimes. You know, crime, bribery, golf, chow gardening, tax evasion. The usual. Scotch is your punching bag. He kind of is. And I love him that way. He's great, you know? The biggest punching bag, the biggest, you know, the Scotch was a punching bag from the day he was created. He's literally just Vanilla's ex-husband. Oh. He was literally characterized in a round of Hunger Games on the one Discord servers by just a picture of divorce papers. Oh. Let's see. Mr. Gray had decided to show him Hyde's letter in the hope that some comment by Mr. Scotch on the handwriting would help him to determine the course of action. Bill's clerk had known Dr. Jekyll for years, and no doubt he had heard about Hyde's freedom in his house. Bill kept no secrets from Scotch, largely because the clerk never gossiped about any information that he knew of that came his way through the business dealings, or just through his own acute observations. Though Scotch was some years younger than his employer, he was as quiet and dry as Bill himself, and also appreciative of fine wine. Now the 2 men sat in silence for several minutes, sipping from their crystal glasses. Scotch rolled the wine on his tongue before swallowing. He smiled. Ah, Mr. Utterson. Ah, Mr. Gray. Sir, I've tasted many fine vintages from your cellar, but this one, I believe, surpasses them all. Yeah, I think I would agree, Scotch. Bill let a few moments pass in which to savor the wine before he said, "The business about Mr. the Hedgehog is sad. Quite sad for us as well as for Parliament. Yes, sir. The public is quite enraged at the brutality of this crime, especially against a member of Parliament. The murderer must be a madman." Mr. Gray leaned forward and spoke in an even lower tone than usual. "I should like to have your views on that after you've looked over this document. It's a letter in the murderer's own handwriting, and I'm undecided what to think about it." "Indeed, sir. A document in the murderer's own handwriting. How very interesting." Scotch allowed a note of excitement to creep into his voice. Rainbow Bike Boy. Voitarian invaded your computer, and now he's being assaulted by infinites on bikes. Oh, yeah. Who would win? An eldritch being embodied by the concept of chaos and death, or one Rainbow Bike Boy? Rainbow Bike Boy. I do not think that this man was prepared for this man. Watch, you want to know how this is gonna go? It's gonna be like that scene from Family Guy where Brian gets hit by the car. Yeah. I think Voitarion is rethinking the whole freedom thing right now. Yeah, he picked the wrong computer to free himself onto. Sorry, bud. We only have memes and foxes here. Oh. Let's see. Or perhaps it was a glow of the excellent wine cleverly provided by Bill in hopes of gaining his clerk's complete cooperation. Bill handed the letter over to Scotch. "This document is, of course, completely confidential." Scotch immediately put down his wine and studied the letter with intensity. "I would say this man's not mad. Still, he writes with a very odd hand." Just then a servant entered with a note, and Mr. Gray read it and dropped it to the table, where it caught Mr. Scotch's eye. "Is that a note from Dr. Jekyll, sir?" he asked. "I thought I recognized the writing," continued Scotch. "Is it a private communication, Bill?" "It's just memes. Always has been." No, you got horses too. I do have horses too, and art. There's a lot of art on here. I hope Voitarion was prepared to be drowned in a collection of over 3,000 animated GIFs and reaction images, because those are everywhere. I have literally like 3,000 of those. You know that movie 300? You know, This Is Sparta? Yeah, no, this is the movie 3000, and I'm the Roman gladiator dude leading a charge of memes and GIFs and art and horses. And foxes, too. "No, just an invitation to dinner." "Why? You want to see it?" "Just a moment," said Scotch, as he picked up the invitation and held it beside the letter. He studied the two, nodding his head several times, as he seemed to find points in common to both. At last, he returned both documents to Bill. "Thank you, sir. I'm finished with these." There was silence. Bill realized his clerk was running true to form, keeping any secret to himself. He slapped his hand on the back of the clerk's chair and said, Well, Scotch, out with it. Why did you compare the two? What have you found?" Scotch replied dutifully. "Well, sir, there's a very, shall we say, interesting resemblance. In many points, the two handwritings are exactly the same, except the letters slope differently. Identical, except for the slant of the Identical, except for the slant of the letters?" cried Bill in amazement. "Yes, sir," said Scotch, picking up his glasses again. But Bill had lost his taste for the wine. "This is, I repeat, a confidential matter, Scotch," he said quietly. His clerk nodded. "I understand, sir." And he rose to return to his office. As soon as Bill had heard Scotch's views on the handwriting, in the two documents, his mind was made up. And the moment the door closed behind Scotch, Bill locked the so-called Hyde letter away in his safe, never to take it out and look at it again. As he slammed the safe door, he decided the world must not know that Zero Jekyll, my client and dear friend, has forged a letter for the vicious murderer in order to throw the police off his trail. You know what, Gideon? I think I'll leave him on your computer for now. There's a little timeout. I'll come get him after the stream and put it back in his password-locked file. You know what? That's a good idea. He's been a naughty little boy. He's been a naughty little demonic computer virus. He needs to be put in timeout. And what better place to be timed out than with me? Oh. Well, Voltarian, I hope you're coming to despise my laugh, because you're going to be hearing it for a while longer. Chapter 11, Dr. Sherwood's Secret. In spite of a reward of several £1,000s, Mr. Hyde was not captured. Information came daily to the police of his disreputable life, and of his cruelty and violence, but not of his whereabouts. Privately, Mr. Gray felt that the death of Sir Hedgehog was almost a fair exchange for the disappearance of so evil a man as Hyde. Now that the dark influence of Hyde had ceased, Dr. Jekyll began a new life. He came out of seclusion and was once more a regular guest or host to his friends at delightful dinner parties. He redoubled his previous charities and was with the poor and his previous charity work with the poor, and became prominent in church activities. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's going to church. KG, what's cute? What have you found, madam? He's a good boy. He's listening to Bible stories. I approve. Even his appearance changed, more open and brighter. This lasted 2 months, during which Bill saw Henry Jekyll Zero Jekyll almost daily. Then one day, Bill knew something was wrong. He came to call on Dr. Jekyll, but Petra answered his knock with the news that the doctor was at home, but not seeing anyone. The same thing happened the next day, and the next. Petra admitted that the doctor was not ill, but had left orders not to disturb him. All of Jekyll's charitable work stopped, and suddenly, along with his church work, he saw no one and went no place. Bill, now very agitated by Jekyll's actions, decided to consult Dr. Sherwood about them. But as a friend and as a medical man, he found... both as a friend and as a medical man, but he found Sherwood in a terrible condition himself. DMs. I also didn't know you knew about Green Mountain. I did. I saw a video before I knew anything else. I saw a video of it. It was it just came up as Green Mountain MP4 or something in my my YouTube recommended, and I watched it. And the whole time I'm like, there's gonna be a jump scare any second. Any second there's gonna be a jump scare. Any gosh darn second. Oh my gosh. Firstly, you've graced me with a whole bunch of absolutely delightful horse picks. But this is precious, and I love this. Is this going to be a WebP if I download it? Hopefully not. It's a JPEG! We take a short intermission from our reading to grace you fine viewers at home and listeners with this adorable horse image. They do a little sleeping. They have a little nap, a little rest. That's precious. That is sweet. Thank you. All right. And now back to my reading. Dr. Sherwood's large frame had shrunk. The rosy face turned pale, and a frightened quality had entered his manner. Bill realized that Sherwood was a dying man, or dying fox, rather. The doctor confirmed Bill's thoughts by nodding his head slowly. I've had I've had a shock from which I will never recover. I used to enjoy life. Now, I think that if we knew all, we would be glad to die. Jekyll is too mentally ill, he said. Jekyll's too mentally. Jekyll is ill too, mentally, that is, said Bill. Have you seen him? He knew that the two men had straightened out their differences, and had resumed their friendship during these last 2 months. Sherwood held up a trembling hand. I wish to hear and see no more of Zero Jekyll, he cried. I regard him as dead. Come now, Sherwood, said Bill softly. We three are old friends. You won't live long enough to make other friends. Nothing can be done, replied the dying fox. Ask Jekyll for yourself. Bill shrugged. He won't see me. That doesn't surprise me, said Sherwood. Someday, Bill, after I'm dead, you may perhaps understand what all this is about. I can't tell you. Now, stay and talk to me of anything except for Jekyll. Bill spent several hours with his friend, but as soon as he got home, he wrote Jekyll, asking why he was not permitted visit, and why he couldn't do to mend the break between Jekyll and Sherwood. Let's see. Did you know about the mystery in the game files of Green Mountain, or the secrets behind the game over screens? Yeah, I know there's like an encoded image, and it's like, it's spooky in how it like speaks of like a murder taking place. It's very similar to this old mysterious Super Mario World ROM hack that was only recently figured out. I do know of some of its secrets. And don't touch the corks. I'll be dead before I let someone take my collection away. Sherwood, you're not very far from that point. That's not my point. The next day brought a strange answer. The letter was long, often pathetic, and sometimes darkly mysterious. It stated that the quarrel between Sherwood was permanent. The quarrel with Sherwood was permanent. As to his seclusion, Jekyll wrote, "You must not doubt my friendship. If my door is often shut, even to you, I have brought on myself a punishment and a danger that I cannot name. If I am the chief of sinners, I am the chief of sufferers too. Leave me alone, old friend. I must go my own dark way." Bill hardly knew what to make of this plea. With the evil influence of Hyde gone, Jekyll had become his old self. Now that life of good deeds and friendship was once again cast aside. Was this madness? Bill did not know how else to explain it, but somehow felt Sherwood knew the answer. Sherwood died within a few days of Bill's visit. On the day after his burial, Bill opened the envelope that Sherwood had left him. The front read, "Private, for the eyes of Bill Gray alone, to be opened after the death of S. Fox." From the envelope, the lawyer drew another one that was sealed, and Sherwood had written on it, "Not to be opened until the death or disappearance of Henry Jekyll." Zero Jekyll. Bill gasped. There was that word, disappearance, again. Just as Jekyll had written in the will. But it had been written at the sinister suggestion of Mr. Hyde. What? The book is bound very tightly, so like some of these words are a little cut off a bit. What coincidence had caused it to appear on this document from Sherwood? The lawyer was very tempted to open the envelope at once, but his honor and ethics stopped him. With a sigh, he put the letter far back in the safe. Bill continued to call on Jekyll, but had to be satisfied by reports of him from Petra. The doctor was now a recluse, and stayed most of his time in the office of his laboratory. He often slept there, and spoke to no one. After a while, with Petra's reports so much the same every day, Bill stopped calling on Dr. Jekyll. He could not help a man who was not permitted to see. Let's see. The game over sound from Green Mountain is a phone pressing 3 numbers, 811, the number you dial when you are doing a digging project. The game's files also mention a shovel. Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Chapter 12, Conversation at a Window. Bill continued to walk on Sundays with his cousin Rune. On one stroll, they chanced to be in the street, where Rune had once pointed out a door. When they came opposite Blackmail House, they stood and gazed at it. Well, said Rune. That story's at an end. We'll never see Mr. Hyde again. I hope not, said Bill. Did I tell you I met him some months ago and shared your disgust? It would be impossible to see Hyde and not feel repulsed by it. Not feel repulsion. By the way, cousin, I finally realized that this door is the back way into the house of Dr. Oh, I'm reading the wrong lines. By the way, cousin, I finally realized that this door is the back way into the house of Dr. Jekyll. Poor Jekyll, said Bill. His face clouded. I'm very uneasy about him. His butler tells me he spends most of the time in the back here in his office. I wonder. Come on, Rune. Let's cross the street. The return of Rune. He's back! Run is back! Always agreeable, Rune followed his cousin into the cool, slightly damp courtyard. Mr. Gray halted under the barred windows of the upper floor and looked up. A figure was sitting beside one of the windows, which was open. Aha! Said Bill, smiling with great satisfaction as he waved and called out. Jekyll, is that you? Dr. Jekyll looked down. His face filled with sadness. He had been taking the air at the barred window like a prisoner. Recognizing Bill, he lifted a hand weakly in greeting. I trust you're better, Bill said. I am very weak, Bill, replied Jekyll drearily. Very weak. He's weak! He's weak! It's almost as if Rune was supposed to be a knockoff of a certain character. He's weak. Yes, we got him to say it! He's weak. It will not last long. Thank God. His voice was very faint. You stay indoors too much, said the lawyer. You need to whip up a little circulation. Sorry, the spine cut me off. By the way, this is my cousin, Rune. Rune? Dr. Jekyll. Rune bowed. How do you do, sir? He called pleasantly. My cousin is right. Won't you come along with us? A hat is all you need. A long, pained sigh drifted down. Thank you, sir. I should like that very much, but it is impossible. I dare not. Jekyll made a visible attempt to straighten his shoulders and roused himself in general. But indeed, Bill, I am very glad to see you. I would invite you and Mr. Rune up, but the office is really no fit to entertain in. Why then, returned Bill cheerfully, we'll stay down here and have our conversation from where we are. A sad smile touched the doctor's lips. That is just what I was going to suggest. The words were hardly spoken when the smile was wiped from his face. It was followed by an expression of such complete terror and despair that the 2 men below gasped. They saw the terrible look for just a second, and Jekyll slammed down the window and disappeared from their view. Bill and Rune stood frozen. Then, as one, they turned and left the courtyard in silence. Mr. Gray's shoulders sagged as they walked on, away from the scarred door. Rune, though as pale as his cousin, was younger and stronger, and he slipped steadily under and slipped a steadying hand under the lawyer's elbow. But neither spoke. There was nothing to be said. This was just destiny. It was! Dr. Zero and Mr. Infinite. It was destiny. I need to close the window because it's actually getting cold now. I
feel the need. I need to draw this. I need to, like, make this a reality in term. Oh, I need to draw this. This needs to become a visual reality because it's like it's there. It's there, black and white, clear as crystal. It's uncanny how perfect it is. I'm shook. Please. I'm gonna have to now. It's literally the meme. It's literally the meme. For real. Chapter 13. The Search for a Mysterious Drug. After dinner one evening, Bill was reading when his butler entered to say that Poole was in the hall, asking to speak with him most urgently. "Show him in, of course," said the lawyer. Poole entered the parlor, his face pale. Petra entered the parlor, her face pale, and her body trembling. "Bless me, Poole." Petra, said Bill. "What's the matter? You look ill. Is the doctor ill? Come closer to the fire." "Mr. Gray," cried Petra, "there's something very wrong." "First, calm yourself," said Bill. "Sit down. Here's a glass of wine. Take your time and tell me what the trouble is." Bill was long used to handling agitated clients. Petra obeyed. "You know the doctor's ways, Mr. Gray. How he keeps to his office, shuts himself completely away. He does now, and I'm afraid that's the truth of it." "Afraid?" asked Bill. "Of what?" Petra ignored the question. "I've been afraid for a week now." Her voice rose. "I can't bear it any longer. None of us can." Bill spoke a little sharply. "Petra, tell me exactly what you fear." Petra raised frightened eyes to the lawyer, questioning ones. "Foul play, Mr. Gray. I think there's been foul play." Bill could get no details from the usually calm, controlled, clear-thinking butler. Yes, because as we know that Petra is always calm and controlled. The coyote was now terrified. All she could do was plead that Bill should come and see for himself. At once, Bill called for his hat and coat, noticing the relief that swept Petra's face as he did so. It was a wild, cold night in March. The moon was pale, laying on its back, as if the wind had tilted it. The wind made talking difficult, so Petra said nothing more, and Bill remained unprepared for what he had to face. But the anticipation of disaster made him hurry. Petra knocked softly at Jekyll's front door. The door opened, but a chain was still fastened. A woman's voice asked, "Is that you, Petra?" "That's right. Open the door." They entered a brightly lit hall, with a fire roaring in the grate. A huddled group of people turned anxious faces towards them, and tension, oh, that's Bill's character, I'm sorry. And Bill saw that they were Jekyll's servants. A housemaid was weeping uncontrollably. And Jekyll's cook ran to him, clapping her hands and crying. We're gonna roll for cook voice. Who's the cook? Who's the cook? Let him cook. Petra's always calm and controlled. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to get punched. Silver! Silver came, and now we're fighting, Silver. Silver's the cook. Bless God, it's Mr. Gray come to help us. What is all this? Demanded the lawyer. Why are you idling in the hall? Petra spoke up for all. We're afraid, she said. Then taking a candle, she added, Please, sir, follow me to the laboratory. Make no noise, but just listen. And if Dr. Jekyll should want to see you, don't go in. Though amazed at this advice, Bill did not comment. He quietly followed Petra on the stairs to the office. Petra knocked, saying, Sir, Mr. Gray is asking to see you. She cautioned the lawyer to listen by raising his hand to his ear. A voice from within the office said, Tell him I cannot see anyone. Thank you, sir, replied Petra.
and they hastily retraced their steps. Now, Mr. Gray, was that my master's voice? Bill hesitated. It's changed. Changed. I should think so, cried Petra. My master is dead. But who is in that office pretending to be Dr. Jekyll? Him that murdered him 8 days ago. We heard the master cry out then, calling upon God after that. And then this strange voice started answering to my knock and giving out orders. Mr. Gray wiped his forehead, for anxiety was making him perspire. This is wild talk you're telling me, Petra. Why would a murderer remain but his killing? It's not reasonable. I can answer that, sir, said Petra. Him, or it, or whatever is living now in that office has been demanding some special medicine night and day. Dr. Jekyll always had a habit of writing out orders to chemists and throwing the paper out on the stairs for me. Well, this past week there's been nothing but sheets of paper and me running back and forth. Let me turn the page. The pages are stuck together. I bumped my microphone. And forth to different wholesale chemists. Bill shrugged. An important experiment might be in the making. There's nothing odd about that, is there? Wait, sir, I haven't finished. None of the medicines I bring back are the right one. Soon there's another paper to another chemist, along with another order to return the drug I just brought home. The medicine is wanted most urgently, as you can see. Have you any of these papers? Asked Bill. Petra searched her pockets and brought out a crumpled sheet, bending closer to the candle. Mr. Gray read, Dr. Jekyll presents his compliments to Messrs. Chemists. I wish to inform you that the last sample was impure. 2 years ago I purchased a large quantity of the same drug and desire the same good quality as I received then. Please search your warehouse for any more of the same lot. Expense is no object. Yes, KG. What may I do for you, madam? What have you for me? Did you send something to my DMs? What? Oh no. Oh no. That's some good eating right there. Oh, dear me. From @Ophelia White on Twitter. Guys, don't try to make rat-shaped cookies. It's it's not gonna work out very well for you. Oh golly, they're so flat. Flat rats. Oh no. I like they tried with the tails. Oh golly. Up to this point, the letter was very carefully written and in a professional tone, but now the writer's emotions spilled over, for the handwriting became unsteady, and the word read. For God's sake, find me some of the old. Mr. Gray looked up from the paper. This is most disturbing, but the letter is not sealed. Are you daring to open his letters? Oh, no, sir. I delivered it sealed, but the man at Maw's got angry when he read it and threw it back at me so much like dirt. She said. He said Dr. Jekyll was to stop bothering him, for they had sent their best to him and were not used to having it rejected. Let's see. Wow, Silver got the same amount of spotlight as he does in most modern Sonic games. A 5-second cameo. He did! It's no use! And then boom, he's gone. Who knows? Maybe the cook will say something again later. You know? It's possible. It could happen. I would say that this letter was unquestionably written by Dr. Jekyll. Do you deny this, Petra? Petra sighed. No, sir. It does seem very like his hand, but now I must tell you the worst part. I have seen this person, this thing, in his office. It slipped out to dig among the crates in the laboratory, just as I came in through the garden entrance. Bill was very still. I'm listening, Petra. He looked up when I came in. He looked up when I came in and gave a funny kind of cry. Then he whipped right up the stairs and back into the office. He slammed the door, something awful. Petra's voice lowered, a note of horror creeping into it. Why would my master have covered his face from me? Why would he have cried out like a rat? Oh, like a rat-shaped cookie? And run from me? Petra threw out her hands in a show of bewilderment. Bill tried to hang on to common-sense logic, which a lawyer was trained to do. I grant you these are odd circumstances, Petra, but it must be that Dr. Jekyll has fallen ill with a sickness that has tortured and deformed him. That is the reason for covering his face, for the strangeness of his voice, for his avoidance of his friends. And of course, he's desperately searching for a cure. So he sends you for a chemist, to a chemist, from chemist to chemist. All this is natural to my way of thinking. Now Petra drew herself up and spoke out firmly, almost defiantly, with none of her usual humility or politeness. Because, as we know, Petra is the definitive figure of polite humility. No, she's very nice. I'm sorry, that was mean. No, sir, I say not. What I saw was a dwarf, not the tall, fine person of my master. That thing is not Dr. Jekyll. How could it be? No, I tell you, Dr. Jekyll has been murdered. To that I'll swear. For 2 long minutes, Bill thought it over. Finally, he said, Petra, if your belief is that strong, there's only one thing to do. We must go back into the house and get some tools, then break down the door to the office. She's got a good heart. She does. No, she does. I'm sorry, that was mean. That's it, Bill, exclaimed Petra. Just what I hoped you'd say. I'll see to it, Petra, that I bear full responsibility for this action. Have you got around here anything we can use on the door? There's an axe in the laboratory, sir. We use it to open crates. And there's a heavy poker for you. Oh, it's the axe like Mario was using. It's the axe Mario was chasing Macaulay Culkin with. Also, genuinely, just a side note, I forgot to mention this before. Dan, when you pointed out that Mario had an axe, I legitimately thought for a second that you were going to do The Shining reference with having Mario break down a door and go, "Here's a Johnny." Okay, back to the book. Poole selected one of the fireplace tools and handed it. Petra selected one of the fireplace tools and handed it to the lawyer. I'm sorry, did they just say they use an axe to open crates? What kind of psycho does that? Mr. Hyde. I mean, hey, listen. Whatever gets... I said The Shining, right? Did I say something else instead of The Shining? I meant The Shining. Thank you. Oh, The Shining. Thank you, Jay. Oh, I mean, hey, if it gets the crate open, if it gets the job done, you know, throw the rest of the splinters in the fire. Makes good firewood, you know? Simpsons reference. I got it after I reread what you said. I was like, oh, wait. No TV and no beer makes Homer something. Go crazy? Don't mind if I do! Bill felt its weight. A good piece of iron, he observed. I hope I'll not need such protection, but I think we both know more than we've said. What if you break what's inside of the crate? Well, you know, just hope there's a lot of hay and packing peanuts and newspaper. Listen, I mean, there's sure to be a lot of stuff in that crate. 1 or 2 broken bottles isn't gonna hurt anybody. Right? Come on. Have a little fun. A little excitement, the risk, the danger. You know, risk versus reward, right? Yes, sir. That's the way of it. Let's make a clean breast of the matter. You recognize that figure, even though he had his face covered. Petra did not hesitate. I admit it moved quickly out of my sight, out of my view, and was so doubled up that another man might not recognize him. But I know that it was Mr. Hyde. We never got back his key to the laboratory door. Besides, do you ever meet Mr. Hyde, sir? What if one or two broken bottles isn't going to hurt anybody? Sir, you know, it's fine. Let's see. Also, just so you know, I think not having Mario do a Shining reference on the basement door was a missed opportunity. I should have ad-libbed that, but hey, listen, we live and learn. I know you're hit on a flower. On multiple flower pots. Thank you. Yes, said the lawyer. Once. Then you'll know as how there's something very... I can't say that word. I already said dwarf, but I can't say this. I can't say this word. It's a word that's not necessarily bad, but just, you know, it's not acceptable in today's vernacular. Queer. There's something very strange, let's put it that way, about him. It's the late night with the show with Jimmy Kimmel. But did you not have your head hit by a bottle before? No, actually, I haven't. Not like a glass one. Like a plastic soda bottle, maybe, but not like a glass bottle. I admit I felt something like that. Well, sir, when this monkey-like creature jumped and ran into the office, a feeling like ice went down my spine. That's what makes me sure it was Mr. Hyde. As it... Oh, hello, brother. Welcome. You're here in spirit only. Oh, brother, rest in peace. It is as I feared all along. Poor Zero has been murdered for his money. Bill looked at the servants, still huddled on the other side of the hall, pointing at one, and said to Petra, "Call that man over." A big footman, and not a big footman, like a footman like a doorman or somebody who brings bags. A big footman answered Poole's summons. In spite of his large size, he was pale and nervous, but he listened intently to Mr. Gray's instructions. He was to arm himself with one of the bigger kitchen boys with heavy pokers that were to stand in the street and guard the scarred door in case the thing tried to escape. And that way, or was able to overpower both Petra and Bill. I will give you 10 minutes to arm yourselves and take up your post, said the lawyer. After the servants left, Bill motioned Petra to follow him. They crept to the laboratory, where Petra located an axe. Consulting his watch, Bill signaled that it was not yet time. It was not yet 10 minutes. They could hear footsteps inside the office going back and forth, back and forth. That's the way it walks all day, sir, whispered Petra. And sometimes all the night. Stops only when a new chemist sample is delivered, and then just for a short time. Tell me, sir, do they sound at all like the doctor's footsteps? Fun fact, I was originally going to have a code hidden in the story with capital letters that spelled out, "I am the Gru God." Ooh. I love that sort of thing. I love hidden capitalization codes. I can never pull them off, though, because I have a bad tendency of accidentally randomly capitalizing letters at the beginnings of words. Oh, true. It's funnier though to think Gru, because it's like he's the god of Gru from Despicable Me. He's going to steal the moon. Let's see. I'm pretty sure a friend told me that it was safe to use, but I ain't gonna speak for them. I can quickly ask. I mean, it's one time in the book. It's probably fine. I know what the word really means. It's a matter of the context. But at the same time, not sure I necessarily want a clean audio sample of me saying that online. Let's see. The steps fell silent, and oddly with a certain swing. Though they went slowly, they were very much different from the heavy tread of Zero Jekyll. Bill shook his head and said, "No, they do not." Once, started Petra. I heard it weeping. Weeping? Said Bill, with a sudden chill of horror. True, sir. It was enough to make me want to join in. Like a lost soul it was. The 10 minutes allowed the footman and kitchen boy... The 10 minutes allowed the footman and kitchen boy were up. Petra set the candle on the nearby table, and she and Bill mounted the stairs. The footsteps in the office still sounded in the silence. But at Bill's words, they came to an abrupt halt. Jekyll! Cried Bill in a loud voice. I demand to see you! There was only silence. I warn you, continued the lawyer. Our suspicions are aroused. I intend to see you, even if we have to break down the door so I can do so. Bill! Bill! Cried the voice from within. For God's sake, have mercy! That's not Jekyll's voice. That's not Jekyll's voice, said the lawyer. It's Hyde's. Down with the door, Petra. He stepped back so Petra would have room to swing, in which to swing the axe. Wow! Bill isn't even the one swinging the axe. Petra is here to axe Infinite a question. She's got the axe. Better watch out. She's here for demolition. Oh Lord, why did we give her an axe? Let's see, the realm behind Voitarian in this version of Hillzone, called the Scarlet Realms. It's a dimension with 9 different layers holding the souls of its victims, which he tortures. So yeah. The Circles of Hell. Very nice. Let's see. The first blow shook the whole laboratory, but only splintered the wood inside the lock. A dismal screech rang out from the office. It was like an animal's terror. Up went the axe again, and down one of the panels opened. But the door, like everything in Zero Jekyll's house, was strongly built. So it was not until the 5th blow that the lock finally burst, and the wrecked door fell open. A moment of quiet followed the loud blow and the crash of the door. Bill peered into the office, saw a good fire going, and a kettle on for tea. On a table, a delicate porcelain teapot waited for the kettle. On another table, papers were neatly stacked with a few bottles of chemicals in a row. Only one was out of line. Bill slowly made his way into the quiet, comfortable room, and looked around carefully. Behind a large chair, he spotted a foot. It belonged to a man lying face down on the floor. Bill reached down and turned the figure over. Petra was right behind the lawyer. Drew her breath. I was right, she cried. It's Mr. Hyde. Yes, said Bill. And he's dead. Chapter 15. Jekyll disappears. Rune. I love a woman who can actually just kill me. Yeah, don't mess with her. You don't mess with Petra. She is a force of nature to be reckoned with. The dead man was dressed in clothes far too large for him. Petra pointed out that he was wearing a favorite cashmere jacket of Dr. Jekyll's. In one hand, Hyde was clutching a broken glass tube, and the scent of bitter almonds was in the air. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Pronounced Bill. We've come too late. Either to save him or to punish him. Now the only thing we can do, Petra, is find the body of your master. With a great energy, they searched the office, its closets and corners, finding no one. They extended their search into the laboratory, though most of the closets were empty, or screened with undisturbed, dusty cobwebs. So it was apparent that no body could have been stuffed in recently. He might be buried under the floorboards, suggested Petra, without much conviction. Or maybe he was taken out the back door and buried elsewhere. But when they examined the back door, they found it locked, and the key thrown in the corner. Broken and rusted, baffled, they returned to the office. Bill began a methodical search of the room, not for a body, but for a clue. He glanced at a book lying open at the tea table. It
was a religious work that Jekyll had once praised to him. Now, Bill saw blasphemies, wild, raging criticisms written by Jekyll on its pages. The lawyer turned away, upset, and saw Petra wiping a smudge of dirt from his face at a from her face at a full-length mirror. "I was just thinking, Bill," said Petra. "If this looking-glass could only talk, it would tell us what we want to know." Bill nodded in agreement. No doubt it has seen some strange sights here, and no sight more strange than its own presence in a room of science. I wonder why Jekyll installed it. Let's see. No, you can't say that, actually. I don't think you can even say the alternative anymore. Oh, man! I guess I can't order my soup on the side. She's forcing her way into the office like she does when Rune owes her a steak dinner and is hiding from her in his room. He still owes her that steak dinner. She's 14-year-old, guys. You guys have no idea how hilarious it is. Yeah, there's just a 14-year-old coyote butler walking around this house with an axe in her hand, smashing down doors. Let's see. Stacks of paper on one table. Bill turned to the orderly stacks of paper on one table and found an envelope addressed to himself on the top, which he opened. There, 3 documents fell out. The first was a will by Jekyll, drawn up by the same eccentric terms as the one locked away in the lawyer's office. But when Hyde's name appeared in the original will in Bill's safe, in this new will, Bill's own name had been substituted. "Bless me. What can this mean?" exclaimed the lawyer. Jekyll cut Hyde out of his will in my favor, yet Hyde did not destroy the will. He surely had no cause to like me. The next document brought a cry from Bill because it was marked with the date. "Petra!" cried the lawyer. "Look here. Jekyll was alive and in this room today. Hyde could not have disposed of him so quickly. He must be alive and in hiding." Petra's excitement turned to puzzlement. "Why should he hide, Bill?" At this point, Petra, I'm correct in calling this man on the floor. Am I correct in calling this man on the floor the soup? It goes on the side. We must proceed very carefully in order not to involve the doctor in some catastrophe. Listen to what he writes." Utterson read aloud, and I'll do this in the proper voice. Bill read aloud. "My dear Bill, when this shall fall into your hands, I shall have disappeared. How or why I shall be gone, I cannot foresee, but I feel the end is near. Sherwood told me he intended to place a document in your hands. Read it now. Then, if you wish to know more, turn to the confession I have enclosed with this letter. I am your unworthy and unhappy friend. 0. Jekyll." The 2 men stared down at the table. A sealed packet. The man and the woman. She's doing it in a maid's dress, no less. A butler maid dress. It's not like just like a maid outfit. It's like one of those really nice dresses that has like the collar and that short tie at the neck that like comes down nice and low. Yes. Stared at the table and the sealed packet that was Jekyll's confession. Finally, the lawyer picked it up and put it in his pocket. "I'm going home, Petra, where I can read this document in quiet," said Bill. "But first, I will read Dr. Sherwood's document, which is in my safe. Whether Jekyll is hiding or is dead, we can at least try to save his reputation." He consulted his watch. It was now 10 o'clock. Oh, hey, it's 10:17. Fitting. "I'll be back before midnight, and we will send for the police at that time." Petra nodded and followed Bill out of the office and the laboratory, locking the door to the laboratory after them. Although Petra had removed the kettle from the fireplace in the doctor's office, the fire continued to burn brightly, keeping the dead man warm.
Chapter 16, A Midnight Visitor. Also, did that story say that Petra was excited after wiping dirt from her face and smashing in someone's door with an axe? Yes! Yes, it did. Well, no, the excitement was at seeing that the doctor was presumably still alive. Yeah. Oh, I bumped my microphone again. I'm sorry. All right. On returning home, Bill went immediately to his safe. He took out the document sent to him by Sherwood before his death, throwing off his coat and sitting in an armchair. He looked at the first page. The handwriting was wobbly, as if the hand that had written it was trembling. Bill read these words. Dear Bill, 4 days have now passed since I received a registered letter from Zero, Jekyll. That and what followed have aged and weakened me, and I must pray for enough strength to finish this letter. I swear that I am about to relate to you what happened exactly as I say. Here's Petra. Let's see. I was surprised to get a letter from Jekyll, because I had just seen him the night before at dinner. But since he had sent it by registered post to guard against its loss, I knew it must be important. The tone of the letter was highly emotional. Jekyll wrote, Dear Lanyon, you are one of my oldest friends. It's true that we have had our differences regarding scientific matters, but I would have never hesitated at any time to help you if you had appealed to me, or as I am about to appeal to you. Sherwood, my life, my reason, my honor, all depends on you. If you fail me tonight, I am lost. As soon as you've read this letter, go to my house. Petra, my butler, has received written instructions and expects you. He will be waiting with a carpenter and a locksmith. The door of my office is to be forced open. You will then enter alone. On the left side of the room there is a cabinet. Take out the second drawer from the top. I am so agitated that I cannot remember if I locked the drawer or not. If it is locked, force it open. In the drawer you will see some powders, a tube of liquid, and a notebook. I ask you to bring the drawer back to your house exactly as it is. That is the first part, and the easier of what I ask. If you start out as soon as you receive this letter, you will be back home with the drawer long before midnight. I am making allowances for unexpected delays on the way. Also, I cannot estimate too closely how long it will be to break into my office. Thus, midnight is the hour I have set for a meeting between you and the messenger I am sending. It is a good hour because your servants will be in bed. I ask that you, yourself, admit my messenger, and that you receive him alone. You are to put the drawer into his hands. If these things are accomplished, you will earn my undying thanks. 15 minutes afterwards, if you insist on explanation, you shall have it. You will see that these strange arrangements were absolutely necessary. If you had neglected any part, my death or loss of reason would be on your hands. Think of me at this hour. This is in a strange place, fighting a distress so black that no imagination can exaggerate it. And think further that it is in your power to roll these troubles away from me, as if they had never existed. Simple doing as I have asked. Serve me, my dear Sherwood, and save your friend. Zero, Jekyll. P.S. I had sealed this letter when a fresh terror struck upon my soul. It is possible that the post may fail me, and this letter may come into your hands this night. Or may not come into your hands this night. If that be the case, then do my errand tomorrow, at midnight. Expect my messenger again. It may, however, be too late by then. If he does not come again, you will know that you have seen the last of Zero, Jekyll. I shouldn't be laughing at this post. I sent it in the DMs. What you got? What's funny? I was laughing and my dog thought I was hyperventilating and got me my emergency inhaler. Oh. That's a good boy. That's a good boy right there. Sorry, I left my phone acting weird. How's it going? Good. There's like 2 dudes dead. Bark was put in a maid dress. Silver showed up for 5 minutes and then immediately left. So yeah, it's going good. For some reason, despite how rugged Petra is, I would find it hilarious if she could flawlessly pull off a British accent. Same! She has a bit of thespian in her. Sherwood's letter continued. I read this crazed letter several times. I felt that Jekyll had tipped over into insanity, but until that condition was proven, I would do as he requested. I was straight to Jekyll's house. There, his butler was waiting for me, with the 2 workmen. He led us to Jekyll's office at the back of the laboratory. The carpenter shook his head when he saw the excellent wood of the door, but the locksmith had his turn first. It was fortunate that the fellow was an expert. Oh, hey, it was Dieter. For the lock was very difficult. It took him 2 hours before he could throw open the door. I entered alone, went to the cabinet, took out the drawer, and carried it to the laboratory. The butler packed some straw over it and tied a sheet around it, and then I got into a handsome cab and brought it home. Here I proceeded to examine its contents carefully. The powders were wrapped neatly enough, but not the professional touch of a chemist. I could see that Jekyll had mixed and wrapped it himself. I opened one. It seemed to be simply a white crystalline salt. Oh yeah, Sonic's dead. He's one of the dead guys. Isn't that great? Sherwood and Sonic are both dead. I am more sad about Sherwood's death than Sonic's. Let's see. I opened one. The glass tube was more interesting. It was half full with a blood-red liquid that had a strong odor. I guessed that it contained phosphorus and some powerful ether. But the other thing I didn't know. The notebook told me nothing. It was just a series of dates. Here and there the word double appeared. Once the words total failure. I saw it was recorded of one of Jekyll's experiments. It seemed like so many of his other investigations and experiments to have, resulted in no practical scientific usefulness. I asked myself how all of these items, how these items in the drawer could affect Jekyll's health so deeply. If his messenger could come to me, why could he not go to Jekyll's butler, as I had done? When I remembered that I was to receive this messenger in secret, I became uneasy. Even so, I sent my servants to bed. Go to bed now, kids. But I loaded an old revolver, so I wouldn't be completely defenseless. I heard my grandfather clock striking 12 at the same time, that a gentle knock sounded on the front door. Opening it, I found a small man crouched against the porch pillars. Sherwood is dead? Dang. Yeah! We went to we had the funeral and everything, KG! Can't say no to me. You leave his nose alone. You let his nose rest in peace with the rest of his body. He can't fight back. He's dead. Are you from Dr. Jekyll? I asked. He nodded and told me to come in. I told him to come in. He gave a backwards glance into the night. A policeman was walking his beat not far off, and it seemed to startle my visitor. At least, he entered rapidly. I closed my hands more tightly about the gun in my pocket. Oh, it's Fang's pop gun! Sherwood clearly had... See? Sega took away the pop gun, Sherwood found it, and is now gonna use it to defend himself. And led him into the light of the office. He was no one I knew. He was small, looked sickly. I hated him on sight. Another person might have laughed, because his clothes were much too large for him. He had rolled up the trouser legs to keep them off the ground, but he could make no adjustments to the jacket that sprawled across his narrow shoulders and hung to his knees. He was on fire with excitement. "Have you got it? Have you got it?" he cried. He even put a hand on my arm as if to hurry an answer from me. At his touch, I felt an icy pang in my blood, and I stepped back. "You forget, sir, I have not had the pleasure of your acquaintance. Please, be seated," I said. I sat down myself and tried to regain my usual manner of a doctor towards a patient, but it was too difficult to keep the honor of that had developed towards him. I love the idea that Fang just has a rack of pop gun weapons: a pop shotgun, a pop rifle, a pop minigun, a pop rocket launcher. Dude, a pocket Tommy gun? A pop Tommy gun. I thought about this a while back. Pop Tommy gun. And it shoots, instead of shooting corks, it shoots poker chips. And the barrel is a giant poker chip. Not the barrel, the magazine is a giant poker chip. Come on. That's a good one. The cork joke was just a joke. But see, all of the jokes tonight keep rolling back into working, you know? He answered with good enough manners. "I beg your pardon, Dr. Sherwood. My impatience has robbed me of politeness. I am here at the bidding of your colleague, Dr. Zero Jekyll. I understood." He paused and put a hand to his throat. I could see that in spite of his calm words, he was wrestling against an approaching hysteria. I understood. A drawer. I took pity on him and pointed to the drawer. It was behind a table and again covered by a sheet. "There it is, sir." He sprang to it, then stopped. He laid a hand on his heart. His face grew ghastly with apprehension. Fearing he was about to have a convulsion, I warned him gently, "Try to compose yourself." He turned a dreadful smile on me, then shutting his eyes with an expression of despair on his face, he suddenly plucked away the sheet. When he looked in the drawer, he gave a nod of immense relief. It was a moment before he controlled himself. Then he asked in a fairly normal tone, "You have a glass marked in ounces." Guy has an arsenal of gimmick pop weapons. Yeah. He gets them cheap because they're all technically toys. Let's see. I got him the glass, thanking me. He poured some of the red liquid into it and added a powder. The mixture began to smoke as soon as the powder melted. From red, it went to deep purple. The smoke, it went from red to purple. This is just the Phantom Ruby. The smoking stopped. Then the mixture doubled and changed to a watery green. He nodded in approval and set the glass down on the table. Turning to me, he said, "Now it's time for your decision. Shall I take this glass and leave? If I do, you will know no more than before, but will still have the everlasting gratitude of Dr. Jekyll to make up for your unsatisfied curiosity. Or, if you wish me to stay and do what I have to, a startling new area of scientific knowledge will be open to you. Fame and power will be at your hand here in this room tonight. What you will see will stagger you. It's up to you to decide which it shall be." Fang strikes me as the type to get pop guns, then modify them, like those modified Nerf guns, to actually cause harm. Yes! Oh my gosh, absolutely. Fang would absolutely have like a variety of toy guns and Nerf guns and things to just tinker with and fiddle with and make new contraptions out of. Make new weapons. Do you have any idea what corks are made of? I always assumed they were made of like wood pulp. Wood chips. Ayo! I'm good. Let me take a sip. I earned that sip. I tried to keep my voice from shaking. I've come too far not to go further, I replied. "Very well," he said. "But Sherwood, you must remember your medical oath. You are under a seal of secrecy." He picked up the glass. "And now have held such narrow medical views. You have denied the value of another doctor's research. You've laughed at your superiors. Behold." He put the glass to his lips and drank it in one gulp. He cried out, staggering against the table. He clutched the back of the chair and held on, grasping, his eyes popping. He seemed to swell, his features appearing to melt and blur. I was standing aghast, back against the wall, away from this horror. But then I screamed aloud. Ah! There, before my eyes, pale and shaken, groping before him with his hands like a man tossed up on shore by a hellish ocean, there stood Zero. What he told me in the next hour, I will not, nay, cannot write. It sickened my soul. My life as a man of science, as a healer of the sick, was shaken to its roots. In the night I cannot sleep, and in the day I sit terror-stricken. Death is close for me. I know. Yet I can still hardly believe the shock which has sent me to my end. I will tell you one thing, Bill. The creature who crept into my house that night was, by Jekyll's own confession, known by the name of Hyde, and he is hunted throughout England as the murderer of Sir Sonic the Hedgehog. Signed, Sherwood the Fox. So imagine using a tightly packed wood chips coming at you at the speed of a Nerf gun bullet. Yeah, that would hurt. Genuinely, listen. I have corks. I can attest for them. They are if you throw them with enough force, they're gonna ow. You know. Let's see. I have to go for the night. I'm starting to get tired and still a little bit sick, so I'm gonna relax for now. Get well, Gideon. See you later. Oh, and also hand over Voitarian. I'll take him with me. Okay, here you go. Here you go, Dan. Woo, woo, woo. And he's out of here. There we go. Have a wonderful night, Dan. Thank you very much for tuning in and staying as long as you did. I hope you will feel well soon. Get better, my guy. I will get better myself. And thank you very much for the story you wrote earlier. It was delightful, and I really enjoyed it. Have a wonderful night, Dan, and get well. Let's see. By the time he had finished reading Dr. Sherwood's letter, Bill was considerably shaken. He knew that Zero was not in hiding as a result of killing that horrible figure, stretched out in death on his office floor. The world would know only that the infamous Mr. Hyde was dead, and that Dr. Jekyll had disappeared under unknown circumstances. Neither man would ever be seen again in London, though they would never leave Mr. Gray's thoughts. But Bill realized that he had to know how this tragedy had come about. Like Sherwood, he had come too far to turn back. Therefore, though his hand shook, he opened the sealed packet left to him by Jekyll and began to read the doctor's words. I, Zero Jekyll, was born to a large fortune and came to a good family. I was intelligent and naturally industrious. If I had a serious fault, it was a certain careless gaiety. But I surpassed this attitude as much as I could because I wanted the respect and approval of all men. Thus, in my early years, I began to lead a kind of double life. My youthful activities were not especially sinful. In fact, another man might have boasted of such high spirits and occasional dips into villainous life. But I had such high views that I was ashamed of the smallest fault in myself. I hid these faults, unable to admit them in a public light. It caused me unrest and unhappiness. As a result, I gave much thought to the character of mankind in general. It's like Flying Fist, I would imagine, especially with how big Fang's typically uses are. Yeah, he uses big corks. Those are gonna leave a mark. I did not consider myself a hypocrite. I did not try to be something I wasn't. When I tried day after day to do good and to relieve the suffering of my patients, I was myself. And when I let myself go and plunged into my shameful activities, I was also myself. My scientific studies forced me to follow truth. A man is not truly one person, but actually two. But my discovery has come only part of the way. I believe that scientists who come after me will discover that a man is not only two men, but many men. Even before I began my experiments to prove this two-ness of men, I daydreamed about it. I longed to separate those two identities and place each one in its own body. Then there would be no unhappiness, such as I had experienced. The upright twin could walk with his head held high, doing good, but no longer exposed to the disgrace brought about by his evil twin. We didn't even talk about the super cork. The super cork is literally bigger than, like, Fang is. It's, like, as big as Bark. That's a big cork. The ow. You're gonna be in bed for a while after that thing hits you. The latter, this evil twin, could walk his downward path, free of the ideals and regrets of his good self, and the struggle within a man could then cease. He would be free to both selves. When I began to experiment in my laboratory, I found that uncertain compounds had the effect of changing a man's flesh, of waving it aside like a wind blowing curtains. I will not write down my formula for two reasons. The first reason is that my experiments were incomplete. As this document will show, I managed to reach only a certain point in my dividing the twins. My second reason is that I now realize that we cannot throw off the burden of our life. We cannot experience happiness, forever untouched by troubles. When we try, even more unhappiness returns to haunt us. I debate a long time with myself as to whether or not to put my laboratory experiments to a human test. Gee, double life, two identities, created in a laboratory, says to somebody else he's weak. He really is infinite. He really is. I knew well that I risked death from an overdose. Finally, since the liquid was perfected, I couldn't resist. The temptation of such discovery erased all fears of risk. I purchased the last ingredients, a large quantity of white salt. Late one night, I mixed these ingredients. They smoked and bubbled and changed color. And as I held the first glass in my hand, I hesitated, for I knew it might mean death to drink it. But then I quietly gulped the dose. Terrible pains tore through my body. I felt sick, then strange. The sensations lasted only a moment, and then I came back to myself, as if from a long sickness. But with a difference. I felt younger, happier, even lighter. A new sensation came over me. I felt free to be wicked. I could be reckless, and felt forbidden desires take charge of me. The feeling was like wine, and I threw open my arms in welcome. I haven't read this in a long time, but it sounds like it. Is this Frankenstein? No, this is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. This is, Benji, you would know which copy I'm reading. This is the Illustrated Classics edition. It's a small book with a green cover and illustrations on every other page. That's about 3 inches by 4 inches. The act of stretching my arms made me realize that the sleeves of my jacket were covering my hands. I'd grown smaller. At that time, I had no mirror in my office, though I later installed one. So I tiptoed through my house like a burglar, intent not to wake my servants. Hello, Luna! Welcome to the stream! Luna, if you need context, Bill Gray is investigating his spooky friend, Infinite, who is Jekyll and Hyde. Why aren't we reading Frankenstein? That's a good question. Hey, maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll read Frankenstein for next year's pasta night. How far are we? We are on page 218 of 238, so we are very close to the end. We're nearly there. Also, Sherwood's dead, and Sonic is dead. Yeah. There's a lot of explaining to do. I missed most of it, but that's fine. Yeah, you're here now. That's what's important. All right. Let me sip. Let's see. Frankenstein is a very difficult read. Sad, tragic tale, but a very hard read. Oh yeah, Bark's a maid! Bark is a maid. See, that's why I remember when you read Frankenstein in school, I remember it really bothered you. And I was thinking about that because I was thinking about some of the spookier books that I have here. And I was like, well, we do have Frankenstein. I remember that really bothered Benji, though. Let's see. Hyde should be smaller and younger than Jekyll. His body has less exercise and experienced less wear. Because for 9/10 of the twins' life, Jekyll had worked hard, and his body had suffered. He was now a tired, elderly man, whereas Hyde was a young man, ready to begin his life of evil. As I stared in the mirror, I recognized that evil written on Hyde's face, but he did not disgust me. I welcomed this. I welcomed him. This, too, was myself. Hyde was natural and human. What's more, he was not a divided person. He was a single self. I know that anyone meeting Hyde immediately felt distaste for him. There is a reason for this. All human beings are both good and evil, but Hyde alone was pure evil, and people sensed this. I dared stayed out for a short time at the mirror. Hurrying back to my office, I prepared the solution again and drank it. Zero Jekyll returned, and this was the beginning. Perhaps if I had approached my experiments in a more noble spirit, things would have gone differently. Of the two selves within me, Jekyll was still a combination of good and evil, while Hyde was all evil, and thus, when Hyde was released, the movement of my nature could only be toward the worst side. Everything went downhill. From then on, I switched back and forth between my twins. When I grew bored with medicine and science and my proper friends, I could instantly have the gaieties and freedom of youth as Hyde. I fell into a kind of slavery, but I loved it. I rented rooms in Soho. I described Hyde to Jekyll's servants, and said that he was to be obeyed, and permitted free use of the house in my absence. I even made Hyde financially secure by making him an heir in my will that shocked poor Bill. So I became happy, for I could act evilly without paying the consequences. Whatever crime Hyde committed, he could be safe a moment later in Henry and Zero Jekyll. A man above suspicion, thus depraved, drunken, and beastly in every way. I ran wild over London as Infinite Hyde. Jekyll soon found a way to soothe his conscience about all this evil, for Hyde alone was guilty, not Jekyll. Of course, Hyde was not always completely free from the consequences of his actions. This was so on the night when he knocked down a child. He was so threatened by her family and some passerbys that he feared for his safety. Finally, he bought them off with a check, but he used Jekyll's signature. The next day I opened a checking account for Hyde by slanting my handwriting backwards. Thus, he could always have money whenever he needed it. Let me just blow my nose real quick. Some 2 months before the murder of Sir Sonic the Hedgehog, I came in from a night on the town. Usually, I returned to Soho and went to sleep as Hyde. But Jekyll had an early morning appointment, so I changed back to Jekyll and slept at the doctor's house. In the morning, I woke very early, wondering for a moment where I was. In my drowsy state, I had expected to see the furnishing of Hyde's Soho rooms. When I roused myself and stretched, I caught sight of my hand. It was lean, knuckly, and covered with dark hair. But Jekyll's hand was so large and well-formed and white, and terror crashed through my mind. I leapt out of bed and ran to the mirror. It was true. I had gone to bed as Henry Jekyll, and without tasting a drop of the mixture, I had awakened as Infinite Hyde. I asked myself, how could this have happened? But I had no time to speculate on scientific reasons. The important matter was to become Jekyll again. But now all of my servants were up, and the drugs I needed in my office on the other side of the house could cover my face. but I could not conceal my shortened stature. That, I realized, if I did not meet my then I realized that if I did not meet any of my servants, he would only be surprised at seeing Hyde in a part of the house he did not usually go into. So I dressed quickly. A thin smile was on my lips, for as Hyde, I was bolder than Jekyll had ever been. Henry Jekyll, I'm sorry! 0, Jekyll, my mistake. I realized I slipped, and I was thinking to myself, nah, they will notice. They will. Just keep going, Gideon. Just keep going. Just recover. Keep going. No one will notice. KG always notices. Bill was aghast. He put down the letter for a moment to try and make... Oh, this is chapter 18, The Man Who Died Twice. He tried to make sense. No. For a moment, to try to make sense out of 0 Jekyll's words. But the lure of the paper in his hand was too strong to fight. Bill began to read again. Staring into Jekyll's mirror and seeing Hyde marked the beginning of the end. I ran from the bedroom to the office. I drank the mixture, and within 10 minutes I was able to emerge as 0, and sat down to his breakfast. I then realized that Infinite had become stronger, and I feared that the balance between my twins might tip in favor of the evil one, permanently. The drug had not always acted perfectly. At first, I sometimes had to take double dosages to become Hyde. Once it failed completely. Now the difficulty lay in holding on to Jekyll. I realized I would have to choose between the twins. The permanent Hyde would be despised and friendless, but the permanent Jekyll would give all his evil pleasure and suffer without them. Finally, I chose the doctor, and for 2 months I was a kind and good man. And then it happened. Hyde had been caged for so long that he roared out like a tiger, and was the night. It was the night he lashed out at Sir Hedgehog. As I struck, I felt a surge of delight, and could not stop until my cane broke. And then I suddenly realized I had put my own life in jeopardy. I ran to my rooms in Soho, burned my papers, and fled. But all during this time, I delighted in my crime. I let myself into Jekyll's office and drank the drug with a song on my lips. I had scarcely put down the glass when Jekyll fell to his knees, filled with remorse and praying loudly. I cried and denounced my horrible twin. Now that he was a fugitive, he could never appear again back at my door. I locked it and broke the key under my heel. I admit that Jekyll longed for Hyde, but I kept him enclosed in me. It was too frightening to think he was being sought all over London. But his longing finally overpowered me one day as I sunned myself on a bench in the park. A shudder shocked my body, and for a moment I felt faint. This passed, but I was conscious of a sense of boldness. When I looked down, I saw my clothes loose around me, and the hairy hand of Hyde clutching my hat that was too large for him. My reasons wavered, and Hyde, always shrewd and ready to dare, took command where Jekyll might have given up. I had to reach my drugs, but I had locked the back door and destroyed the key. If I had used the front door, my own servants would recognize Hyde and turn me over to the police. I needed help, and decided on Sherwood. Have we already been to the part where Jekyll tries to defend himself with a cane, but can only kill a bee? No, sadly, we have passed that part, Mega. We've also passed the part where birds excrete large turds down onto him to try and kill him, and then he transforms into Hyde and walks back to where he's getting married at the church. For the uninitiated, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on Nintendo Entertainment System is a very weird game. Let's see. No, Luna, none of that was in the book. That's from the weird NES game. What was that game? I don't even know. I don't even know what was up with that game, to be perfectly honest with you. If I had had the time and forethought, I would have gotten that to play tonight. Let's see, where was I? I should have gotten that to play tonight. Oh well. Um, let's see. Near midnight, I set out, huddled in the cab until we neared Sherwood's house. I walked the rest of the way very fast and found Sherwood had not failed me. He had the drugs I needed, but his horror of me and of what I had done added to my growing guilt. Then, changed back into Hyde, and once again safe in my own house, I gave thanks. But as I was crossing the courtyard after breakfast, the same shudder I had felt in the park came over me again. James Rolfe made a mock-up trailer for a movie based on the game. It's hilarious. It is. I remember watching that years ago. Watching him finally beat that game after like 10 years since his original video was an incredibly cathartic experience. I was seized by the sensation that announced the change. There was just enough time for me to rush to my office, and then Hyde stood where Jekyll had been. I took a double dose of the drug to bring Jekyll back, but 6 hours later I felt pangs of change again. From that day on, I could remain Jekyll only under the direct stimulation of the drug. I slept at night, or dozed in my chair during the day. Hyde came out. I was filled with terror and hatred of him. Finally, I despaired. We were locked in mortal battle. Although Hyde was still found time for tricks, he scrawled horrible blasphemies in a book I admired, and he destroyed the portrait of my father. During the few hours that I am still able to be Jekyll, I am writing this confession. I have no hope of survival, for my supply of the drug is low. I have sent Petra all over London, trying to buy a duplicate of the original salt. None has worked. I think now that the batch I first purchased had some impurity in it, and that it was made, that is what made the mixture work. Thus, soon Hyde will command my life completely. I have just used the last portion of the original salt, and I will finish this confession and sit for a few last minutes as Dr. Jekyll. Then I will die, and Mr. Hyde will take over, never to be thrown off again by Dr. Jekyll. Whether Hyde will eventually be caught and die at the hands of the authorities, or whether he will have the courage to die by his own hand before that happens, I do not know. Nor do I care. It concerns a person other than myself. I begin to feel a faint terror in my body. This is the true hour of the death of Zero. Jekyll. Goodbye.
And that's it. That's where the book ends. Holy crap. That's how the book ends. Goodbye, Zero. He was too weak. He was too weak. Oh, when I was in middle school, I actually took a musical theater class as an elective. We didn't do any live performances or anything, but I believe we read a very abridged version of The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't know if this was abridged or not. I believe this was the full story from start to finish, but this was the Illustrated Classics edition. It does say on the first page that it's adapted by Mitsu Yamamoto. I'm not sure if that means this is like altered at all. I don't think it is. But wow. Dang, Gideon didn't have to hit him that hard. I'm sorry! I couldn't resist! The joke was too obvious. It's funny. This was written... there's a little thing in here about Robert Louis Stevenson, the author. And it says he was born in 1850. So this book, let's say he was maybe in his 30s when he wrote this. So that would have been around 1880. I find this book to be absolutely fascinating because when viewed and analyzed from a more modern view, it paints such a fascinating picture of the difference in a person's life
under the effects of substance abuse or really any other addiction, whether it's drugs, alcohol, anything really, the line that winds up getting drawn in a person's morality to justify their actions as a means of allowing themselves to continue on a dangerous path. It's fascinating to me. I know that drug addiction existed. I mean, for crying out loud, opioid addiction was created by housewives in the 1700s. But nonetheless, it's still fascinating when you look at this book from say maybe around 1880-ish in the light of 2024. Just a fascinating sort of almost prophetic picture it paints. There's a philosophy of mine that I first thought of when I was a teenager that comes to mind, being that the second you have to justify questionable behavior is the second that you know what you're doing is wrong. And this book reminds me of that kind of philosophy. That the second you have to say to yourself, well, I'm doing this wrong thing because, or it's okay because, that's when I think the line starts to become blurred and you have that sort of dual life of hiding your sin and iniquity. Wow, what a book. Okay, so the same line of books as we read A Christmas Carol, I'm actually not sure, because this is a much smaller book. Those are all those are larger hardcover books, while this is a smaller paperback book. Those all have very defined red lettering on the covers, while this just has black lettering. I looked up the great American Illustrated Classics, or whatever it was called, series copy of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and it came up with that one, not this one. So I'm guessing it's from a different series. This is from Moby Books. So, yeah. You know, I'll look up a picture real quick to see if I can find the cover to show you this. Oh, I can close the Wheel of Names now. We had a bunch of names we didn't wind up using, and that's okay. Let me look this up. Illustrated Classics Edition, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Moby Books. Let me see. Oh, I could probably just I'll just take a picture of this, I guess, and I'll send it to myself on Discord. Yeah, that was real. I really enjoyed that. Switching around the characters was really fun. Here it is. Meet. And I'll just send this to myself real quick on Discord, and then I'll show it. If my phone's battery holds out. It is at 78%, so I should hope. What did you guys think? Did you enjoy? Because I enjoyed. That was great. I remember reading this in school. My mom and I would do this thing where, since I was homeschooled, I would read a book, and then we would watch, we would talk about it, obviously, but then we would also watch a movie version of it to kind of compare how it was originally told and then how it was adapted, and to kind of get, kind of new insight on a story. And I remember there was a version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from, it was in black and white. I think it was from the 50s. That I watched, which was very different. In that version, you see Hyde going out on the town, and you see him, drinking and being immoral, and you see him doing all these horrible things, starting fights in bars and gambling. And he even, it goes pretty dark in terms of, there's this woman he lures into the room he rents, and he winds up, I don't think they actually wind up engaging in any intimate contact, but he winds up assaulting her, physically assaulting, not in another way assaulting. And then it winds up ending. There's this whole subplot line with Jekyll's soon-to-be wife. He's getting married, which I think is where the NES game pulls inspiration from. He's getting married, and so you see his soon-to-be wife throughout the movie, and there's a confrontation at the end where they break into Jekyll's laboratory, and they find Hyde and Utterson, who was Bill, who is Bill in our version here, winds up watching as Jekyll transforms into Hyde and shoots him with a gun, and he dies that way. So that movie version is very different from the version I just read. This is the book I just read from. And this is very small. Like, this is, let me measure this. This book is 5 inches tall and 4 inches wide. And it's like half an inch thick. So yeah, that's the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Let's see. Remind me, are there plans to do this again with another Christmas story in December? Yes, I am thinking about what to read for Christmas, but I do want to read something else for Christmas. I was thinking possibly Murder on the Orient Express, because that does have a winter theme to it. But I am still looking for a couple other fun Christmas books. I got to look through my personal library, because my dad has 1,000,001 books. My dad used to be a garbage man, and if there was one thing my dad has a soft spot for, it's books. He loves books, and so whenever he would find books on his garbage routes, he would always wind up saving them and bringing them home. He would find a lot of stuff like at schools and stuff, which is how I got this. This was a garbage find of my dad's. So I'm going to look through what I have and see if there's anything good Christmassy. Let's see. It always starts off with just one thing, but it adds up. For the bits I was here, I actually enjoyed it. It's nice. You managed to somehow make this humorous with maid bark. Maid bark. I know. I was not expecting maid bark. Yeah, this story is really grim and macabre, and I somehow managed to turn it into a joke fest. Why does Hyde have purple skin? That's a phenomenal question. Okay, here's what's funny. The illustration on this cover is in a completely different art style and has different looking characters from the actual illustrations in the book. Like, this is not what Hyde or Jekyll look like in the book's illustrations. But that's exactly what the actor who played him in the movie version I watched looked like. Like, I think this cover was based off of that movie, and then the illustrations were based on something else. Yeah. He's auditioning for the California Raisins. I hope he gets the part. Maybe live watch Die Hard during Christmas? I'll find Die Hard the book. That's what we'll read on Christmas. Hi, Teeter. Story time is over. Hyde is dead. Rip. Jekyll is dead, too. It was really good, actually. Yeah. I have returned from jamboreeing. I wonder about how the bride's been doing. She's probably worried about, I don't know, her dress, or the color of the freaking flat. I wonder how the bride's doing. She's probably worried about, I don't know, her dress, or the colors of the freaking flowers, or some crap. Thank you, James. Well, I will be right back. I just want to use the bathroom real quick. And then I figure we'll wind down the last hour of tonight with a little Luigi's Mansion. Let me bring up some appropriate music. Oh, I know what to bring up. Let's see. All right, I will be back momentarily. Going to sneeze. Oh, pardon me. Hyde and Jekyll, you mean Zero and Infinite? Correct! He was too weak! Yeah. Oh, pardon my sneezing. It never ends. The sneezing never ends. Do I not have a technical difficulty screen on this section? I don't. Oh, golly. We want to hear Sherwood say, "Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Hubbard." Oh, thank you. The sneezing will never stop. It won't. All right. Oh, there's an ad. There's always ads. Before I want to play any music on these streams, there's always ads. Take a shot every time Gideon sneezes. Oh yeah, Luna, I'm slightly not well tonight. There's part of me that is not feeling great. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just going to use the bathroom. BRB. Yeah, you know. Okay, I'll be right back.
I have returned! I hope you have enjoyed Vivian's theme from Thousand Year Door on Switch. Once again, this stream marks a landmark occasion, as I have broken my embargo on Thousand Year Door remake music on streams by playing it tonight. Alrighty. Well, we will silence the rumbling thunder and wind sounds. Thank you again for that, Teeter, as it was most useful. I hope that helped set the atmosphere. I was listening to it through my own headphones the entire time I was reading, but I hope it enhanced the experience for you guys. I actually haven't fought them in Chapter 8 yet. I know I'm slow, but is this the version that plays? No, that's Vivian's theme. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Sherwood appears every time. Werewood appears every time Sherwood sneezes 10 times. Yeah, it happens a lot. He just sneezes and accidentally puffs up into werefox form. Let me plug in my controller. There we go. Is it in? It doesn't feel like that's it. There we go. Yeah. Let me just catch up on chat. There we go. Scroll down to the bottom. Everyone, fun fact that tomorrow is Kirby Squeak Squad's anniversary. It is. Tomorrow is Daroch's birthday. I am so happy for Daroch. Daroch and Fang share a birthday month, which is so funny and coincidental. I just want to make sure that my controller responds real quick before we get into the game. Well, come on. Come on, totally legitimate 3DS. You can do this. Configure. Yeah! Luna, do you have anything special planned for Daroch's birthday? Are you doing Hidden Mansion? I am doing Hidden Mansion. I thought about, for a minute, let me just... Okay, there we go. A, B, X, Y. I'm gonna wind up reconfiguring these in a minute. Right. Oh, wait. Do I want to... No, I'll leave that the D-pad. Up. Down. Circle pad. Left. Right. Up. Down. L. R. Start. Select. Home. There we go. ZL and Z. Oh, yeah, I forgot that these controllers had those. ZL and ZR. There we go. That should be good. Okay. Gideon, you're getting 200 plus serotonin. Oh, boy. Squeak Squad will be 18! And yes, I have work tomorrow, but I do plan some art, as I do every year, and maybe play Squeak Squad or Mass Attack. Very nice. That's awesome. Golly, Squeak Squad is gonna be an adult tomorrow. Wow, Daroch is an adult now. I already made a Squeak Squad playlist on Nintendo Music. A Star Allies soundtrack is in it at least, so it's a good account. Nice. It's a good amount. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of Squeak Squad songs in Star Allies, including the Squeaks theme. Here come the Squeaks. Squeak Squad can play NSO and N64 17 plus without its mommy being ashamed of them. It can. It can do that. It can play Turok 2. Amazing. Boop, boop, boop. And let me put the game on screen. Oh. OBS, why are you freezing on me, man? Come on. I don't even know if you can hear the game. Beep. There we go. Game looks like it's a little quiet, so let me turn up the volume. We are returning to the 3DS version, since I had it, and I figured, hey, it'd be fun to play a little more of it. Where is my audio? Here it is. Crank that up.
There we go. Alrighty. As always, if I am too quiet, if the game is too loud, feel free to let me know. And we will fiddle with audio settings to our heart's content. Oh yeah, let me check the DMs for what KG was about to send. Luna! Cat! What'd she do? Let me, what's she doing? The Mao! Oh my gosh. That is... She has the sweetest little meow I have ever heard. Alrighty. Luigi. Control stick. Control stick. Why you no control stick? Control stick. You are meant to be control sticking. Why you know? Directional pad. Circle pad. Oh! Right. There we go. There we go! Start game. It's the same meow I sent you to unleash. Oh! Is it? I forgore. Let's go to the Hidden Mansion. So we're just gonna pick up from where we left off last time. I am gonna wind up swapping a couple little control things around just to make this a little closer to the GameCube version once we get into the mansion. Let's see, given the story time before this and the handheld nature here, I'm reminded of the first time I heard of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oh? And when was this? Mind sharing? Oh. What? But, I let go of the button. Luigi, why are you still... Suck. Stop the suck, Luigi. Luigi, please. Cease the suction. Shoulder buttons. You can't stop, Luigi. You can't. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're good. It was broken, but now it's fixed. Let's see. I'm just trying to remember my controls. So B lets us do this. Can we look up and down with the... We can't. Is it X to look up? Oh, it's been so long since I played the 3DS version. Let's see. Funnily enough, it was Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers for the Game Boy Color. It loosely adapted the story of the episode Nowhere to Hide. Huh. Well, that's funny. What a funny way to hear of it for the first time. First time I ever heard of, like, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was through, like, the analogy of it. It was, like, somebody drawing the comparison, like, oh, it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And there I am, like, what's that? Just make sure my buttons are bound properly. There we go. We can talk to Toad. Save. I've done so much so far. What does A even do? How do I look up? Oh, it's the D-pad. Oh, it's the D-pad. That's right. Okay, let me just swap my D-pad and my C-stick. Yeah, let me sorry, left. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Left, right, up, down. There we go. Now we can use the D. Now we can use the C stick as God intended. As God intended. Get the mouse out of here. Okay. Mouse cursor. Thank you, Teeter. Wait. How do I use the Game Boy Horror? Okay. It's Y button. Oh, you are in the hall. You are not normally in the hall at this point in the game. Actually, wait, you're supposed to be on this floor. What am I talking about? Oh, this is very, very sensitive C-stick. Oh, I forgot how much I freaking...
ghouls and ghosts! You have a bomb! Oh golly. Gideon, funny question. You know I like funny questions. And this is Hidden Mansion is based on Europe one, right? Not the crazy easy mode we got? No. Okay, so it's both hidden on the European and American release in the sense that it has the more difficult room layouts. Like it has the more difficult ghost layouts, but it's not flipped like it was in Europe, sadly. So it's not mirrored, but there are more difficult ghost patterns. I'm sad we didn't get the mirrored layout for this version because I've always thought that was so cool. I've always wanted to try it out. Let's see. I think the next time I play this, I want to go for the Tent Mansion ending. That is so genuinely hard to get. If you can do it, I would be impressed. Going in a room, opening a door. I haven't caught the butler yet. Oh, the freaking green ghouls are in here. The goober ghosts. Get out of here. Come here. Ow. You think married couples ever had accidentally signed a restraining order on each other? Not a divorce, mind you. A restraining order? Oh. Well? KG, you give me a phenomenal idea for Scotch and Vanilla's relationship. I'm pretty sure the only way to get hearts in this mode is pretty much just through, like... is, like, almost exclusively through, catching multiple ghosts at the same time. And, like, a couple chests here and there, but not many. It looks like I've done the sealed room already, so I won't worry too heavily about that. Gotcha! No! I waited too long! You also get more poison mushrooms. Yeah, but who wants to kill who? That's true. In Scotch and Vanilla's relationship, I think it's pretty mutual. We're like, they don't necessarily want to kill each other. They want what's best for their daughter. They're prioritizing cream, which is nice. Scotch would probably love to get back together with his ex-wife at some point. And Vanilla's like, yeah, no, he's I'm done. I'm done with him. He's done. We're done. We're over. Oh, get me away because that thing's gonna explode. I need fire element. Okay, I see what I need to do now. I need to get fire element so I can catch the butler. I can get fire element from Madame Clairvoyant's room. Still want to dropkick Scotch. Clutch is the cooler old man. Scotch can fall down the stairs for scaring my boy Sherwood. Oh, Scotch gets no respect. He doesn't really deserve any, to be fair, though. You can drop kick. You can, Luna, you can drop kick Scotch at any time you want. Oh, there's a boo in here. Gee, I wonder where it could be in the single piece of furniture that's interactable in the whole room. Come here, you. There we go. Catching boos are normally not that easy. Luigi's not looking too hot. Poor boy. He's trying, man.
Looks like looks like you're on a roll, Luigi. Either way, you haven't forgotten about the Game Boy Horror search function, have you? If you find a suspicious spot, you should go ahead and search. Okay, now send me the boo and the data you've got.
Save. I really came here for the fire. But I'll take the nice compliment, Professor. I will quickly hop back to the... What? Huh. This mirror... You getting this, man? This mirror doesn't work. This mirror's broken. Feeling cute. Might delete later. It's not a real mirror, I guess. I guess not. I am back. I was playing more contents in Jamboree. Very nice. How is the jamboreeing? I got to play Jamboree last weekend, which was fun. The turns are much longer.
than I was expecting out of a typical Mario Party experience. Not a bad thing, mind you. It gives more time to think and to be tactical. There's a lot more options to consider. We played the mall. We went to the mall, which was fun. My friends didn't have Western Land unlocked. Ah! You're supposed to be a heart, mister. I guess I'm not getting the heart. Also, all the fake doors are still here. Maybe there's a heart in Neville's room. Neville, you got a heart for me, buddy? Maybe in your chair? Perhaps in the fireplace. Your other chair. No hearts. Oh, golly. I am not doing well. Rainbow Galleria is fine, but it won't beat Coconut Mall. No, absolutely not. Did you play as Luigi, I assume? Actually, no, I played as Waluigi. Luigi was already taken. Yeah, it was me as Waluigi. The host of the party was playing as Wario. His best friend was playing as Luigi. And then another guy who we're all mutual friends with was Shy Guy. There we go.
Ah! Fire! Fire! Run away! Run away!
Don't spook me. Thank you. Oh, that's a mouse! I am dying. I am going to die. I am going to die. Oh, this is not good. I need health. That's not health! No. No, 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 no. Oh, frick. Oh, no. Oh, this is the opposite of good. This is very much the opposite of good. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I want to be big. I want to be a big boy. No, I lost him. That's fine. He's gonna stay in the room, I think. Yeah, he's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. Oh. If he breaks free, I'm dead. Oh no. Mouse, stay away, mouse. Stay away. Mouse, stay away. Oh, 8 health. Oh, 6 health. Oh, what a night. Catching ghosts like it's 2003. Oh, that mouse really wants to be with me. Catching ghosts, what a night. Yes! Got him! Oh. Okay. Don't die, Gideon. The world needs laughter. I am here to provide it. Key! I have 6 health. I have, oh. Now don't die. That's the goal. You found me. Peekaboo. Oi, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You stay away from me. You stay back. Thank you. Still gold frame, right? Yup. Got him in one. Got him in one. As long as you got a big pearl, it counts.
Well done, Luigi. You've got 10 of them in no time. As a special reward, I have something special for you. Ghosts other than booze will not appear in any direction you're looking, so you'll have to sneak up on them backwards. But I bet you knew that already.
Don't hug me, I'm scared.
Don't hug me. I'm scared.
Also, I love how in this view of the poltergeist from the back in this portrait, you can see the hose is not connected to its port. It is just unconnected. Okay. This is really bad. Like, I am in actual danger right now. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. We're gonna zoop through here. Please, let one of these chests have a heart. Have a heart, please. Can we get the funny one?
Where is it?
Mario?
Nah. Gee, I hope someone was fired for that blunder. There's no hearts. There is no hearts. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go back to the foyer, and we're going to save. Where's the Mario? That one? I was hoping we would get that one.
Mario?
I think you have to be a little higher health for that one.
Toad, please. I'm dying here. Toad, please tell me you have some health. Tell me you have health for Luigi.
There's no health to be found here. Oh, golly. My only hope is to catch two ghosts at the same time. If I can get these two here to spawn in the hallway with the revolver.
You're dying! Sucks to be you, tall green man!
Oh. Oh, you! Wait. Give me your heart! Give me your heart! That's a mush! I looked it up. Looks like that's the only way they'll show up. Great! Ah, that's cool. That's great. I'm just so happy. I'm so happy. So happy about that. What does Melody say if you investigate her heart? She's banging away on those ivories. Huh, this ragamuffin looks as if he couldn't play a note. His heart is made of poison and mushroom. Ah. The ingredients to heart. There we go. Alright, Melody. My name is Melody. People call me the spectral beauty of the Ivory Keys. Oh, you made those words! What a stirring performance. I haven't been so charmed by a piece for ages. That must be a delicate ear. You must have a delicate ear for music. Would you like to listen to my piano sonata? We're grooving. We are grooving. Here I go. By the way, what image do you think that piece's composer had in mind while writing it? All right, guys. What was Koizumi? Not Koizumi. What was Koji Kondo thinking of? Underwater, underground, or I don't know. Oh, let me remove the character Q&A. I'll end that now. Five votes. Underwater. You guys know you're Mario. Also, fun fact, I say this every time. Who voted I don't know. Fun fact about Melody's quiz. There's code for, because, you know, this game has sequenced music, so there's not, like, MP3 music tracks, but in Luigi's Mansion, there's, like, unused music sequence for Melody of her playing Totaka's song, implying that there's a possibility that Totaka's song was originally one of the intended songs that she could play. Very impressive. I guess I needn't hold back on you. Would you care to do battle with my lovely music sheets? No! I wouldn't unless they give me hearts. No hearts, no problem. Come here! I swear spinning the control stick, seriously, spinning the C-stick works. You gotta reel him in like a fish. She's a fish, Luigi! You
vile woman. Not only have you denied me... She killed me. I got killed by piano sheets. Paper cuts! Death by 1,000 paper cuts! This is the type of fishing... This is the type of fishing minigame getting Oh, wait. Maybe Tataka wanted to hide it better. The most blatant way it'd show up is in Animal Crossing. Mario Paint is pretty easy, too. Yeah, I mean, it's very well hidden in this game on the training room screen. Piano. Fang! Fang could kill with a piano. He's gonna do it right now. With someone to stop him. Please. Fang, get away from the piano. Get away from the piano. Listen, it's just sitting there. Listen, that piano, there's not even anybody sitting at it. There's nobody even, Fang doesn't know there's a ghost sitting at the piano, right? There's nobody even sitting at it. Listen, I'm just gonna grab a couple wires, and I'll stow them away for later, and we'll use them. There'll be a secret tool for later. Fang, you hear the music coming from the piano, don't you? It's just a trick of your mind. Fang, there's a ghost there. What? Yeah, there's a ghost sitting at the piano. No, there is not. Hello! Pour one cider out for Gideon. I actually already finished my cider. Okay, let's try that again. Take 2. Mario. Yeah, I swear, I'm telling you, spinning the C stick, and I guess in this case the D-pad, Fang and Sherwood in a spooky mansion. Yes! What? Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Don't let him get away! Yes! Speedy Spirit! I always forget the Speedy Spirit locations get shuffled in Hidden Mansion. I was not expecting to find one in here. There's never a Speedy Spirit in the conservatory. Wow! I'm really glad I accidentally tapped this instead of the xylophone. But yeah. Good thing we died after all. By the way, that song was featured in a famous game. Do you know which? Alright, was it Mario Brothers? Mario World? Or Mario 3? We just heard this song recently, so hopefully you know. KG, what's with the smile? Isn't there one in the normal mansion of Melody's piano chair after this segment of the game? Maybe. Pong! It's from Pong! I thought this was from Jeopardy. Huh. Well, everyone who said Mario 3, you're smart, because that's the answer. You've got it. Yeah, there's a bunch of Speedy Spirits that are kind of harder to find and can only really be accessed, like, well, no, it's not that they can only be accessed during the blackout, but all of the Speedy Spirits, even ones you may have missed, will return during the freaking blackout! I'm small.
It's becoming increasingly obvious. I cannot deny it no longer. I'm small.
Ow! I'm losing to a rug. Come here, come here, come here! Stop it! Come here. You denied me my victory! There's an active music sheet. There's an active music sheet. There's an active music sheet! Piece of sheet.
Melody, I'm done with you. I am done with you. Hashtag Melody Pianissima is over party. Who picked World? Clearly you have to play more classic Mario. Absolutely. Give me this Gideon language. There's ghosts present. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Of course. I need to keep their virgin ears clean. I can go to the... Oh, I can go to the dining room now. Is he in there? Boom! Who let Bean play with the ghosts? Where is it? Oh, it's in here. It's in here. Which one are you? Boomio! Where art thou, Boomio? Woo! Sherwood cursing and Fang just gasping for multiple reasons. Mostly that Sherwood never curses. Fang is just standing there with his jaw like down like, Sherwood the fox. What did you just say? Sheet, Fang. Like music sheet? Nah. Don't you try to backpedal here, mister. You just used a 4-letter big boy word. That's a big deal. I don't think I've ever heard that kind of language come from your mouth. Fang, it was a pun. Sure it was. Sure it was, Sherwood. Uh-huh. I totally believe you. I picked World as a joke. I knew it was the... Yeah, I know. You're good. Oh, bats. Bats. Come here. Yeah. Oh, fiddlesticks. Wait, can I... Oh, frick! I got greedy, and I wanted a twofer. Oh, get me out of here! Sure it is. Sure it was. Sure would. Uh-huh. Oh, banana peel! Don't slip and slide on this banana peel! What are you doing? Friendly reminder that for a casual playthrough of Luigi's Mansion, Mr. Lugs here, completely optional. You don't have to fight him.
No one can see me in this darkness. No one.
I don't like this boss. He was kind of annoying. Yeah, he kind of is. He's not fun. There is normally a speedy spirit in this room. Currently, there is none. Ah! I'm gonna remove the tablecloth first. Here we go. Yoink! And we gotta light up the candles. Here, let me help you polish off that curry and rice there, pal. Come here. If I was smart, I would take this opportunity to catch the waiters for some health. But I don't know how I can double them. Just let him eat. Is the other one gone? No, the other one's gonna come back as soon as I start taking food away. Where are you? There you are. No. There we go. I've made Mr. Lugs' feast from a YouTube video. They interpreted his meal as potato casserole. Ooh. Potato casserole is good. And potato soup for dinner last night. Homemade, very good. Okay. He slowly gets faster the longer this goes on, so we just need to be careful. I don't want to be a burned Luigi. I would rather not cook some lovely Italian sausage right now. That's not what we're looking to have. We don't want to have a meatball. You just gotta wait him out. Ooh, the fireballs get faster.
Get him! Get him! No. No, 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 no. You do not, sir. You are not getting away from me. Hey. Okay, so I might have slightly interrupted your meal. Let's chill. Chill. It's cool. Don't be like that. Come here. Oh, you're a pain in the butt to capture. Oh. Oh. Come on. Come on. A little more. Almost got him. He's so close. I've almost... Yes! There we go. Problem solved. Can't chill. Only fire. True. Give me that pearl. I will take that. That's going to be a... I think that's... Wait, there's another pearl, I think. I think that's going to be a silver on Mr. Lugs, sadly. You know it's good soup when you spit fire. Yeah. Woo! Oh, a diamond! Whoa! I didn't realize you get a diamond for catching him. Holy cow. Here we go. You guys do anything fun yesterday for Halloween? Any of you guys dress up? I did not, sadly, at my work. But I did wear my Mimikyu pin on the lapel of my overshirt, so I had that for me. I think he's on one of, like, the table stuff. So, oh, there you are. Boodacious. Come on. Oh, I gotta go in the hallway. Please go into the ballroom. Please go into the ballroom. Thank... What are you... He went back in the kitchen. Oh, did he go in the projection room? Son of a gun, he went in the projection room. I fished with my friends all day. Nice. Oh, with a friend all day. Nice. I worked. Yeah. Played games with some guy named GSVProductions. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a bit of a dork, but I do recommend his streams. They're good fun. Yeah, he's okay. When he's not, like, you know, just spewing exposition about, like, hyperfixation, Fang the Sniper and whatnot. He's pretty chill. He's a little annoying, but, I mean, he's tolerable annoying. JG Wentworth 877 cash now. Come here. Oh, frying pan! Oh, I should not have freed you before I caught the frying pan. Let's see, only had 3 trick-or-treaters, but had a spooky time. Nice! Let's see, hey, I mean, only having 3 trick-or-treaters means more candy for you, right? Heat up the pot roasts. Get a ruby. Honestly, I kind of want to... I'm only at 26 health. I think I might scuttle back to the... Oh, there's a toad in the toilet. I'm not sure where is safer to go to. If it's safer to go to the toilet or safer to go to the foyer. Mostly for Fang. He was eating it all. Good for Fang. He earned it. He deserved it.
Hey now, Luigi, what have you stumbled across? Oh, this time it's a water element medal. Now you can use the water element. My research shows that particular elemental ghosts leave their watery dwellings whenever you approach. You know the drill. Vacuum them up. Use R or L to expel them once they're vacuumed. If you press and hold L, you can shoot and press A to shoot out a big ball of water. I hear there are some ghosts who can be defeated only with water. Actually, also remember that water has purifying properties, so use it well. Don't get too caught up with your new squirt gun, Luigi. Before I invent an actual squirt gun.
Try the storeroom here. Oh, the store... Thank you, Mega. Thank you. That is the safest option to get back to the foyer right now. I don't want to accidentally explode. Called Flood, the best squirt gun. Agreed. They made Flood real at the Universal parks.
There's actual flood that they have, that they use for, like, spraying water at guests for events. Note to self, don't go out at 11:50 at night in shorts. Yeah, that's not a good idea. It's cold. It's 43 degrees. Jeez Louise. It's like 60 something here in New Jersey right now. It's very comfortable. I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm just gonna go back. Save to go to the toilet, or things you can only say in Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, only in Luigi's Mansion can you say, "There's a toad in the toilet!" Mario's hat! What's that doing in the dishwasher? You found Mario's hat, and it's recently been laundered. Mario, why are you...
Listen, Mario, I understand that we're plumbers, right? Using the sink, it's just in our nature. But you know that's not... The dishwasher is not for clothes, Mario. Luigi, listen, I didn't have any other options. I needed to get my hat clean. But the dishwasher, Mario?
Okay, I speed ran some ref sheets of Paint Gun Fan Kids, so you can see them and show them if you want to before the stream ended. I'm so fat. Okay, yeah. Sure. You can go inside a toilet in TTYD. You can. Okay, let me save, and then I'll check that out. Oh. Wap-bop-bop. You know, we'll, you know what? I'll do something funny. There we go. That's a funny thing to look at. There we go. Let's see. What you got, Luna? What you got? Fan kids! Oh my goodness, they're adorable. Here, is it gonna let me? Can I save the smaller versions of the images? No, it'll be WebPs. Okay. Fun fact, the audio sample used for the whistling in Luigi's Mansion is the same audio sample used for the whistles in the soundtrack for Mario Kart Double Dash. So anytime you hear a whistle in Mario Kart Double Dash, it's the Luigi's Mansion whistle. So we have some delightful fan kid references from Luna, starting with Tempest the Weasel. Let's see. First daughter of Fang and Corson. She's hyper and excited for adventure, plus treasure. She has a sixth sense of knowing where treasure could be. Can be a bit sensitive and gets pissy towards heroes in her way. Wants to have fun on these adventures with her siblings. She's adorable. I love how she has the two different colored eyes. And with, like, the purple from Fang, a tail more like Corson. But a nice sort of like wine color to the fur. She's really cute. I love the outfit. The boots are cool. Fang's family life. He has children now, apparently. Fan kids. Next we have Picasso the Jerboa. Second child loves to paint and do other arts and crafts. Rather shy and quiet. Shows his more louder... So, I see why it's like that. Shows his more louder side when going on heists with his siblings. Tails doesn't go boing, but can be a paintbrush. Oh, and you have a reference of his eyes down there. I like the puffy sleeves, and the apron is a nice touch. The hat's cute. I really like the shape of the tail. He's cute. I like him. That's a good one. And we have the next child. We have... Ethel the wolf. Ethel. Wow. Third child wants to become a talented magician. Could have gone a few small scamming. Could have gotten a few small scamming pointers from T.W. Barker. Maybe. Helps her siblings escape from heist. Nice. I like her. She's sort of... She seems like she would be part of the expression, sort of the ringleader with an outfit like that. Probably the one that comes up with the schemes of the group that really work. I love the outfit, the hat, the boots, the tie. You can win me over easily with bow ties. I like how she has Fang's kind of general colors, but the body design, and then Corson's hair. That's really cute. And the last one, the fourth and youngest, Cliff the Mouse. Fourth child and youngest wants to be a photographer. Taking pictures allows him to teleport to a spot of the image. Very serious, but does have a sense of humor, usually with Ethel. Oh, he's cool. I like that ability, too, being able to warp to where he's taken photos of. That's cool. I like he's got a bit more of a rough design, with the spiky armbands. The yellow boots and the brown gloves paired with, like, the dark red fur is a really nice touch. I like him. He's cute. These are good. These are good fan kids right here. I like them. I approve. We have 3 minutes left. Let's go catch some skeletons. Yeah, I really like them. Your fan kids are really fun, Luna. I like them a lot. They're all gremlins. Good. Chaotic little mischievous scamps. Where are you? Oh, I have to engage with the dog first. You don't see me. Oh, you don't see me. Come and get me. Come and get me. He ain't got no back legs. We wouldn't have them being innocent, good children. No, absolutely not. What fun is that? Boo. There we go. For the lava dirt. Make that yappy dog quiet. Come here, Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones. Oh. Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones is rattling. Ha ha. That's a good one. Tell a little story, Mr. Bones. A funny little story, Mr. Bones. Come on. Oh. Down to 100. We've got him down 30. Keep that mushroom away from me. That's not normally a thing you'd say in a Mario game, but this is a Luigi game. The OG Polterpup. It's true. We'll close out the stream by catching Spooky. Come here. Come here. Come here, puppy. Let me pet the dog. There we go. With Uncle Bark, they can't be that bad. Exactly. Bark will give them some kind of, you know, moral foundation. You know. And Corson's not that, you know. She's not that bad. She's just impressionable. That's all. Well, then. The dog whine just sounds sad. Fun fact, actually, there's unused sound clips for Luigi in this game. Going, nice doggy, pet, pet. That go unused in this game. Well, this was an absolutely delightful stream tonight. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys did too. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe we'll make, you know what? I know where I'll go to say to close out the stream for the night. I would think it would be really fun to make pasta night. Maybe an annual tradition. Maybe this will become my version of Treehouse of Horror, where maybe every year we'll read some spooky, scary stories. Again, the little spooky spaghetti that Dan wrote for us to open the stream with was actually really good, and I really enjoyed that. So maybe this will become make pasta at one point. Should I just make pasta? Should we maybe we'll do that next year. We'll make pasta for pasta night. Well,
feeling cute, might delete later.
Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in tonight. This was really fun. I had a wonderful time, and I hope you did too. As always, I hope you have a blessed and wonderful night. Next week is, if today is the 2nd, then 7 days from today is the 9th, correct? No, it's the 2nd now because it's Saturday. The 8th. Next week, I think we will resume with Mario 3, and then the following week, there will be a special midweek stream for Sonic Triple Trouble's 30th anniversary, and then we will go from there. So yeah, Mario 3 will pick back up next week. But as always, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you all have a blessed and wonderful night. And as always, as we say in the cartoons, that's all, folks! Had a little voice crack there. Ooh. Frank's gonna be 30. Old man! Okay. Good night, everybody.